Are we dancing? That's what happened.
Is my mic on? Yes, it's a morning dance party. We've got coffee and breakfast tacos and amazing, beautiful people.
Woo!
We are so excited.
Thank you so much, Robert Nathan Allen from Little Herds. You've been an incredible partner in all of this. I adore you. Thank you so much.
Right back at you, Danny. It's amazing working with your team.
It's been really fun. So again, my name is Danny Nierenberg. I am the co-founder and president of Food Tank. We're thrilled that you're here so early. Thank you so much. I know it's still cold. We really appreciate you coming out. Food Tank, I just want to give you a little brief summary of who we are. We're a research and advocacy organization devoting to building better food systems, and that's why I'm so excited to hear today. That's what we're here to talk about. And we've had so many amazing partners, as I mentioned, Robert Nathan Allen from Little Herds, but also the Kroger Company, Zero Hunger, Zero Waste Foundation, Little Herds, the Cook's Nook, the Islamic Food and Nutrition Council of America, which I'm really excited about. We Don't Have Time, such an amazing organization, Lightbridge, Oatly, and of course, South by Southwest. So today we hope you'll use the hashtag Future of Food South by Southwest to make sure that you're interacting as much as possible, asking questions, questioning what you hear, making suggestions and critiques. We really, really appreciate you all being here. And now I want to welcome Council Member Vanessa Fuentes to join us on stage. Thank you so much.
Real quick, I want to introduce Councilmember Vanessa Fuentes because we met before she became a council member at the beginning of the pandemic. We were doing food access work with Joy Chevalier with the Cook's Nook in the early days of the pandemic, trying to figure out how we can help feed people in the community. And Vanessa was one of the community leaders that we met very early on, stepped up in a big way, and really helped make sure that resources and food and respect was in the communities around Austin where it's needed and where it is often overlooked or under-resourced. And it has been amazing to work with her. It's been amazing to see her joining the council and doing amazing work. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. My gosh, I love it. Hi, everyone. I'm Vanessa Fuentes, Austin City Councilwoman representing District 2, which is based in Southeast Austin. I'm excited to be here with you all. I know for those of you who are visiting Austin, welcome to our wonderful community. And for Austinites, I hope that this next few days brings back a little bit of that spark that we've been missing here in Austin. So excited to be here kicking off Future of Food session. As RNA said, this issue is near and dear to my heart. It's an issue that is important to my community. It's an issue that is important to Austin. And it's one that I've been organizing on before I got elected. And since I've been in office, we've done some pretty incredible work. Some of the work that we've done so far includes ensuring that we create an equitable regional food system. It also means that we were able to get funding to start the next steps of bringing a grocery store co-op to our most underserved community out in Del Valley.
That is exciting.
It also looks like designs for an emergency management food system. We saw with the pandemic, with the winter storm, just how fragile our food system is. And so we've put into motion policies that will help strengthen our food system in times of emergency, as well as a citywide food recovery pilot program. So those are just a few of the things that we're leading on here locally. And when we know that Austin is a progressive and thriving city, not everyone shares in that. And there are communities that have been historically left behind. And so when I think about what is the future of food, for me, it's a future that has a resilient food system. It's a future that has an equitable food system. It is a future that sustains all communities, and one that where no one has to drive 20 miles just to get to the nearest accessible grocery store with healthy, affordable food. It's also a future where your race or your income don't determine your health outcome. And so there's so much at play with this. It's so incredibly important that we are having these panel discussions, that we're talking about it, that we're looking at it through that intersectional lens. And so I just want to thank the organizers for bringing this to Austin. And I'm just so proud that we have this as part of South by. It's a much needed discussion, and I'm thrilled to help kick it off today. And I want to say I'll be back next Friday, and so please come check out our panel then. So thank you all so much. I hope you have a great day. Thanks.
Thank you. We'll get a picture. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you. Sorry. Hey there, how are you? So it's so great to have Jennifer Gregg here, who provided the amazing taco deli that we have in the back. She's from Vital Farms. She's the Vice President of Operations there. And we're really happy that she could come and talk to us for our first discussion this morning. And again, thank you for being here so early. Thank you all for being here so early. I hope you're getting snacks and getting fulfilled and nourished. And I want to thank Vital Farms for providing this. It's really important to make sure people are fed at food conferences.
That's right. It's a pleasure, and frankly, I personally enjoy it. So I'm glad that we were able to make it happen.
That's great. So I want to dive right into this discussion with you. You've had a really interesting professional journey, at least from my perspective. You started in HR at Vital Farms, and that's very different than operations. But you told me that you're a people person, and that this job that you have right now really brings in the human element of everything that Vital Farms is trying to do. And I'm wondering if you can talk a little bit about that.
Sure. So the first part of my career, I was in human resources. I got a master's degree in how to do human resources. And when I joined Vital Farms, that's really what I started doing, just sort of building our talent team and developing our people. In 2017, we opened our own processing facility. And it was really an opportunity for us to think about how we treated our people, not just how we packed eggs, but how we grew people, provided opportunities for professional development. And we talk a lot at Vital Farms about a stakeholder model. Mm-hmm. And so really every decision we made, we made considering how we took care of our stakeholders, and the people and the crew members were a primary a focus for us. We figured everything that we had to do with our people resources.
Absolutely. I want to take a step back and really sort of explain the history of Vital Farms and why this is such a different egg company.
That's a deep question. So our founder started raising hens actually here in Austin, just outside Austin on Onion Creek. And what he realized was if you let the birds go outside and be on pasture, you get actually a better egg. And he felt like he could bring ethically produced food to tables across the country, do it at scale. Mm-hmm. And so we work with a network of around 275 small family farmers, and they do what we say on our packaging. They let the birds outside every single day. They are focused on improving the animal welfare, but also the food, right? I think I told you when we talked before, part of my personal journey was focusing on how I could improve the health of my family through food. Sure. And so when I joined Vital, I had been on this kind of mission and reading food labels and just trying to figure out what we were eating. And I sat down for coffee one day with our CEO, and I thought, actually the answer is just real whole food. Mm-hmm. And I found an opportunity to support just real whole food at scale. And so we're able to give families across America access to good and nutritious food.
Yeah, absolutely. I want to go back to this processing plant point that you mentioned. Mm-hmm. We've seen so many disruptions during the pandemic, especially around processing plants. We've seen workers really suffer at a lot of these places. They were suffering before in lots of different ways, but then the pandemic really made some of these workers sick, and a lot of them passed away. Why is building your own processing plant so important?
So there are a few reasons. Building our own processing plant allowed us to create meaningful professional growth opportunities for our crew, right? We could bring people in, create an environment where they're respected. You know, I'm not an operations expert, right? I don't have all the answers, but my job is to support the people, listen to them. What do you think you need to do your job best? And we provide those opportunities and resources. That's why it's important for us to have that facility. Separately, during the pandemic, we really were able to find value in the culture we had created. We have a culture of caring for people. And so our teams came to work every day and they rallied in the hallways around how they could feed families across America. And it was something that if you hadn't seen it, you wouldn't believe it. But we had teams of people saying, all right, put your hand up, high five everybody. We are going to put eggs in a box to feed families across this country. Yeah. Excuse me. And it's really just part of our culture. We are aligned around something much bigger than just selling eggs.
Well, it's such a different paradigm where you're asking crew members and the people you work with what they need rather than telling them what they need.
That's right. And, you know, one of the things I think that's important, you mentioned that the health impacts to manufacturing workers across this country during COVID. We were really fortunate that we kept our people healthy and safe, right? And we did that by asking them what they needed, what made them feel safe. We have had a mask mandate in our facility for the past 2 years because when we asked them, what will make you feel safe when you come to work every day? That's what they told us.
That's great. Yeah. I mean, again, it's like listening to people.
It is absolutely listening to people. And I think I sort of joked in the past that I'm sort of the poster child for you don't have to have all the right answers as long as you have the right intention. And my job is really just about providing opportunities for our crew members to do their best work. And you know, there's a book I read back in the day called Everybody Matters. But the sort of the crux of it is, as employers, we have an obligation to take care of the people who are in our span of care. We have an obligation to make sure that when we send them home at the end of the day, they're safe, healthy, they haven't been injured, but also that they're not beat up and disrespected and unhappy. That's not how we contribute back to the communities in which we live.
Well, people who are happy at work will stay there.
Yes, absolutely. It makes all the difference. And you know, we've all had those experiences, right? Where we worked with someone or for someone. Changes the way you go about your life. But at Vital Farms, we certainly prioritize the health and welfare of our animals, but we look at our crew members the same way.
Sure, and I love that you phrased it as an obligation. It's a responsibility that all companies should have. I want to talk a little bit more about the pandemic because I think more eaters, especially younger eaters, want to know where their food comes from. They want the story behind it. They want the transparency. They want the traceability. And I'm wondering, do you think this model will work for mission-driven companies well into the future? And how can big companies change to do something like what you're doing?
So it's interesting. I mentioned when I joined Vital Farms, I had been on this sort of like food wellness journey. And what I realized was there's just a bunch of, bullshit out there, right? You look at these packaging labels and you just have no idea. And I think, frankly, as health became the focus of our country over the past 2 years, people are really connecting the dots. What I put into my body matters. And it is, quite frankly, one of the primary indicators of how you will feel and how you will, go about your life.
Sure.
And so I think as consumers are more focused on honest food, understanding, yes, this is a real food product. It comes from a company I can trust.
Right.
I think companies that are doing what we do will be just trusted members of the family, right? Moms, dads, grandparents go to the grocery store and they see Vital Farms and they know, oh yeah, I watched those chickens who laid my eggs. I watched them go outside on pasture. I know exactly what they're doing. They're not locked up in a barn or a cage.
Right.
it's real food. It's honest food.
Yeah, that's such a good point that it's real food instead of a lot of the stuff that we've been shilled at
Yeah.
for a very long time. You know, we're also seeing people pay more attention to the environmental impacts, the animal welfare impacts. And when you and I last spoke, we talked about this idea of true cost accounting in food systems and the real cost of what we pay at the grocery store. So Vital Farms eggs might be a little more expensive,
Right.
not that much more expensive, to be honest, but they might be a little bit more expensive. But the other sort of benefits they're providing far outweigh those costs.
Yeah, it's an interesting conversation because, right, we're not the least expensive egg on the shelf. When people buy a Vital Farms product, they're actually putting their dollars into something more than just that egg. They're supporting our crew members. They're supporting the environment. We have over 275 small family farms. All of those pastures are maintained organically. We are helping to preserve and improve the environment. And that comes with, as you said, a small cost. But I think what consumers are willing to do is to invest those dollars to know that they're doing good.
Yeah.
They want to feel good about it. And, you know, the beautiful thing about eggs is it's the perfect protein, right? You can, you know, for $4, you can have several meals with good protein that's good for your body. And that's, you know, quite frankly, it's a little bit of a deal.
Can you tell me more about the worker environment and what folks, you know, you've talked about how they tell you what they need and what they want, but what does that really look like?
Yeah, so actually, I'll give you one example, and there are many, but this one's kind of top of mind for me. We have something called the Idea Wall at ECS. ECS is Egg Central Station. It's a very fancy name for where we put our eggs in a box. And we have this Idea Wall. And in 2021, we had over 200 ideas brought forth from our crew members. And there's just a whiteboard in the hallway. You go up there, you write your name, and or you don't have to, and your idea. Somebody had an idea about the way that we manage eggs when we accidentally print on the side of them. We don't want to waste them.
Right.
How can we continue to use those even though you may not want them in your package? So we take those ideas, our leadership team goes back to the people who presented them or asks the team, and then we turn them into reality. Kind of a fun thing that happened recently, we had a competition to create a t-shirt. We're all about t-shirts at Vital Farms. And we had one of our crew members design a t-shirt to commemorate over 200 Idea Wall ideas implemented in 2021.
That's really cool.
Yeah, it's pretty great.
I want to step back to the farmers for a minute. So you have exclusive contracts with farmers, and I'm wondering, what does it look like when you start establishing that relationship?
Yeah. So one of the opportunities that I have at Vital Farms is to support our farm support team. And so I've got a team of people who actually go out into communities and talk about becoming a Vital Farms farmer. Now, the thing that's really fortunate for us is farmers tell other farmers, hey, you should talk to Vital Farms, right? So that's our primary way of getting the word out there is they refer each other, right? Just like any other job, you want to talk to the people who are doing it. And so we reach out to farmers in communities all across the pasture belt. So kind of that place where it's not so cold in the winter, the birds don't go outside, not so hot in the summer, they don't want to. And we go out, we talk to them a little bit about, you know, the financials.
Sure.
If that makes sense for them, we talk to them about our standards. And then we have a team of people who help new farmers construct barns. We've got some pretty specific things that we look for. And it takes, 6 to 12 months to build a new farm. But we actually just last week got the results back from our Net Promoter Scorecard. So every month we talk to a group of our farmers such that we talk to every farmer twice a year. And that's on top of just the regular, we have people out on their farms every week helping them. And the feedback that I heard over and over again from our farmers is the support and the appreciation that we get from Vital Farms is not like anything we've ever had. And we've got some folks who used to farm for big guys.
Sure. And
right?
I wanted to ask about that because if you've been a factory farm in the past, it must be very hard to transition to this kind of farming.
What I find is that it feels good. So I had an opportunity, actually just before COVID, to sit down at a dinner table with one of our farmers. And what he told me was Vital Farms allowed he and his wife to raise their children in rural America to have a meaningful income and not have to go out and get a job in town.
Right. And that's what so many farmers have to do.
That's kind of, that's the stuff that motivates me,
Sure.
right? If that's important to you, to keep your family there in that community where you grew up, we provide them those opportunities. And back to your question, it's different, right? There's a farmer that's come into my mind right now who used to have turkey houses. So he spent a lot of time and energy sort of renovating those houses so that he could work for Vital
Sure.
Farms. And he said, no one in that organization cared at all about me as a person.
Right.
And no one in that organization would have ever come to my farm and talked to me about how they could help me improve outcomes. And that's actually the whole team has one goal: improve outcomes on the farm.
Yeah.
And so, we have to, right? They're a very important stakeholder. When a farmer is supported and their birds are productive, they have a better income stream. We have a better supply.
Right.
And so it's that stakeholder model, right? We're all working together to sustain each other.
Those transition costs must be something, though.
They are. Yeah, I mean, it's less than you think, and it's more about putting in doors so that the birds can go
Sure.
outside. But again, we have a model that we think is sustainable for the farmers and for Vital Farms.
Well, and I think it's so important that farmers themselves don't feel like they're just cogs in a machine.
Yeah, I mean, I could tell you story after story, but that's it. They're part of our family. We talk to them as our farm family. They are part of Vital Farms, and you see actual real farmers featured in our advertising and things. Those are our people. They're just as
Yeah.
much part of Vital Farms as I am.
And this idea that you're going out to talk to them, they're in contact with you regularly, that doesn't happen with factory farm models.
No, it doesn't. And I will say, one of the things that we love is we bring our farmers together every quarter. We all come together in the same room. We talk about education. We talk about new technology. We give them opportunities to connect, and it's been tough
Yeah.
over COVID,
I'm
right?
sure.
So we got creative and crafty, and not all of our farmers are super high tech, but just last month we did a virtual farm connect, and we sort of got in the same virtual room with about 117 of our farmers, which isn't everybody, but it's a start.
That's a lot.
And we got rave reviews about just how much they felt like, oh, we're back with our family and friends. And we all get that, right? Like, we
great.
miss our people.
I'm glad to be back here.
Oh my gosh, I know. So that was great, but we've already got big plans for our next Connect in April, and we're going to have every single one of our farmers together. We're finding outdoor space just to make sure that everybody feels great. But it's that. They're part of a family, right? They're part of Vital Farms, and they want to come together and learn from each other.
That's wonderful. So the last time we spoke, and then the question I want to end on, is this idea of conscious capitalism and what that really means.
Yeah, I think we talked about it before, but we can do good in the world, and we can also have great outcomes for our stakeholders. And so you don't have to compromise success as a business because you are raising the standards for
Right.
animal welfare or for care for people. And I think that in traditional business ideology, there was a trade-off.
Yeah.
You had to focus on every single penny and every single dollar in order to really drive productivity and people. And we don't find that to be the case,
Yeah.
right? We can take care of our people. They will drive themselves to better outcomes, and that's better for all of us. And ultimately, I think that's what's sustainable, right?
Right.
Like, doing good for people and the environment and our animals will actually help the business continue to grow and to do good.
Absolutely. And I think it's, you know, what we're seeing now, especially because of the pandemic, is that mission-driven companies are the ones that are going to survive. They're the ones that are the model, because people are, I don't think we won't go back to normal, right? Because we can't.
That's right. And there's a connection, right? When I talk to people about Vital Farms, it happened just yesterday. They're like, oh, I buy your eggs. Like, that's a connection that you don't have to some of the big brands, because they don't encourage that feeling of contributing to something bigger than just buying an item off a grocery store shelf. When people buy Vital Farms eggs, they know that they are supporting a group of stakeholders, including moms and dads who pack those eggs into a box every day.
Absolutely. It's all about the people. It's about the animals too, but it's about the people.
But it is about the people.
This has been such a great conversation. Thank you so much, Jennifer.
Sure.
Really appreciate you
Thank
being
you.
here.
I appreciate the opportunity to be here. I hope you guys had some wonderful breakfast tacos from Taco Deli and Vital Farms. So.
Thank you so much. We're going to get a picture real quick. Move this down. Thank you. Thank you so much. You can exit this way. We'll now have a short video before our next panel on food, culture, and climate, which will be moderated by Ann Grevin, the global head of Food Bites.
It used to be cost of water, cost of land, but right now our biggest challenge is labor.
It takes a lot of people. Crops we're in take a lot of people.
Every year we're seeing less and less people showing up from Mexico.
Toda esta fruta está haciendo falta en el mercado, pero no hay quien la pisque.
It's gotten really severe recently. We have fields that were beautifully grown and we just couldn't get them picked.
Estamos recortando los acres que estamos plantando. Necesitamos que haya gente.
If you don't allow for a new supply of labor, the fruit is not going to get picked.
I don't want to downsize. I would like to grow.
If you don't have the farms, what are you going to have?
There'll be a lot of people that lose out if it can't be a more thoughtful debate.
Welcome, everyone. It works. It's good. I never thought I would be so excited to get on a plane and sit in a middle seat for 4.5 hours to come to an event, but I have to say, I'm so glad to be here, and I don't even remember that flight, but thank you. Thank you guys for being here as well. We have a really great panel because we're going to talk about supply chain and bringing food to the table and how that has evolved. We're coming out of a pretty unprecedented time for all of us. COVID really shined a light on the supply chain fragility for the food system. We all knew that personally, and for those who are trying to build new businesses as entrepreneurs, knew that firsthand. For those who don't know me, I think it's good to introduce myself. I'm Ann Grevin, and I am responsible for startup innovation at Rabobank. Rabobank is the leading food and ag bank in the world. It's founded by a cooperative group of farmers, and we look at the food system from a global lens. And why is that important? As we're coming out of the pandemic and we saw the challenges that face the food system, we also recognized that there was another big challenge, and that was climate. Climate is a massive issue. Recently, the UN just came out with their report recognizing that climate is the biggest issue right now facing our food system. The changes are happening faster and the impact is greater. But I would be remiss if I didn't mention the third and most important one that we all don't want to talk about, and that's the crisis in Ukraine. A third of the global wheat comes from the Ukraine and Russia, and 100% of the safflower oil that we eat today comes from Ukraine. That's not going to happen this year. So we are going to have to really think about how we reimagine our food system. And the folks on this stage have been working on that and are the leaders of forefront thinking about how we can bring a more sustainable food system to our tables. Now, there's a few rules of engagement here. Guys, when you're going to start, please take yourselves off mute. No, we don't have to do that anymore. Kind of failed. I thought that was a great joke, but whatever. But do hold the mic close to your face, okay? Make sure your lighting's good so we can see you. Also don't have to worry about it because I feel like the lighting's pretty strong. Tough issues for us to face, but we all have to do it with a smile, because if we don't find the hope and joy, sometimes it's hard to move on. So I want to introduce the panelists real quickly. I've spent too much time. One we have right next to me, Shana, who has really been building a whole capital investment platform around rethinking the supply chain. So we're going to get her perspectives. Thank you, Shana, for coming. Prateet, who I actually got to meet during the pandemic, and today met her for the first time. She's actually bringing the flavors of her origin and her culture to the consumer with AO Food. So really interested to hear about, as a co-founder, how she's built that and how she thinks about it. And next to her, in center stage, is Kaya Lynn Aikens Arby. How'd I do?
Kylan, but
See?
we're working on it.
We're working on it. It's a beautiful name, and I'm pretty terrible with names. But what they're doing at Planet Forward is really taking out carbon from the food system. They are the leading platform to really think about how we reduce carbon in our food system. They work with a lot of clients to help them achieve that goal. So let's get started with the panel. So Shana, tell me, from your perspective as an investor, I want you to know how you think about climate as culture. And what does that mean when you think about rebuilding the food system and investing in it?
Yeah, thanks for the question, Anne. So I am a co-founder and managing partner of Supply Chain Capital. Had that name pre-pandemic, but now, supply chains are cool. And for us, our investment thesis is really focused on the intersection of food, culture, and technology. When we launched our firm in 2020, nobody really understood the culture piece on the investment side. So the folks we were raising money from really tried to understand why we were focused on culture. And our investment thesis is that culture is a gateway to sustainability and health, and it's been completely overlooked in this country, from the environmental movement, the vegan movement, and in the food system from a mainstream perspective, mainstream media, mainstream food companies that have been getting funding. So we're really focused on culture because if you think about this, think about some of the healthiest cuisines in the world, plant-based. So in the mainstream, we talk a lot about the Mediterranean diet, right? And that is a cultural cuisine and plant-centric. Think about the traditional Mesoamerican diet and the three sisters, bean, corns, and squash. Complete protein, complete amino acid package. Not a lot of meat showed up there traditionally. Prateet's going to talk about this with a West African cuisine and the company that she's building. So we feel really, really strongly that if we're going to achieve our sustainability, climate, and health goals in this country, which are so critical to our future, culture has to be center of plate, and it's something we'll talk a lot more about on the panel.
Thank So let's go to you,
Kylan.
Kylan. I want to say Kaylin because she has an A, but it's Kylan. So from your perspective, when you think about the carbon neutrality of food or taking the carbon out of food, tell me how you think, because you used a phrase that I loved, and I'm stealing it from her, climate is culture. Tell me more about what you mean there.
I'm going to get that tattooed on my body.
I love it, yeah.
I think that it really comes down to how to build a movement. When we think about culture, it's everything, right? It's what we eat, it's what we wear, it's how we show up, how we live, how we identify, how we connect with each other. And climate change is 100% the most pressing issue of our generation. And so we have to really make it a part of culture to take climate action, part of how we think about ourselves and how we think about how we move through the world. And I think that that's why food is such an incredible tool or aspect of building that movement, because it's incredibly tangible. We bring food into our homes. We think about ourselves by identifying the way how we eat. I'm a pescatarian, or soon, hopefully, I'm a climatarian. And that's very much just inherent to how we can move. We have to make it the cool thing to do and just the obvious thing to do, because we think of it as part of our identity. And so with Planet Forward, we're, trying to build a movement. We're trying to get more and more brands, more and more retailers, more and more suppliers, the entire food chain, entire food system on board with the plan of decarbonizing. 40% of our global emissions come from our food system, which is crazy. And so every single piece of the chain needs to fall in place in terms of achieving the goal of hitting net zero in alignment with the Paris Agreement. And so I think when we think about climate being culture, it's the power not only of, the identity, but also how we can interact with people in building more awareness around things. One of the things that's super, super cool that we found, for example, we also launched our own brand called Moonshot Snacks as the first explicitly climate-friendly snack brand, as an example for other brands as to what full sustainability can look like, and also just as a case study for what our software is capable of creating for other brands. And from that, we actually got consumer feedback that 50% of our customers learned about regenerative agriculture through our brand itself. And I think that's one of the power of food. People are going to bring you home. People are going to share you with their families. They're going to share you with your friends. They're going to think about themselves and how they see themselves showing up in food. So I think that's how I see it.
Great. I'm next to you, Pradeep. You have, over the last 2 years, been building a brand during a time where it's probably one of the most challenging times to build that. But you did that for purpose and with a reason to bring the flavors of the things that were near and dear to your culture to not just for you, but for others. Tell me a little bit about that journey and how the challenges you've had, but really what was the purpose?
Yeah, absolutely. Thanks for the question. So IO launched mid-pandemic, so July of 2020, actually right down here in Texas. My husband and I launched the brand really in celebration of the ingredients and flavors of West Africa. So my family's from Liberia, grew up eating a ton of tremendous Liberian food, and knew that the flavors of West Africa had a place in mainstream grocery. So it's been just an incredible journey over the last couple of years building that brand. Above and beyond bringing the cultural piece to mainstream grocery, I think it's also important to note the important ties to the strength of these ingredients in driving a more sustainable food system. And so as you think about the ingredients that we're using at IO, we're doing a couple things that are pretty unique. One is we're using waste reducers. So if you think of some of the ingredients we're using, like sorghum leaves or cassava leaves, these are ingredients that are typically waste streams. We know that about 30% of the total food waste that's happening in the country is actually coming from the agricultural structure. And so being able to take what is once 100% waste stream and translating that to the heroes of our food is really, really unique. I'd say the other piece of what we're doing is actually tapping into soil enrichers. So if you think of things like agusi seeds, which are incredibly rich, kind of all natural whole food protein, we're bringing a whole new kind of set of ingredients to the forefront that are incredibly nutrient dense, but also incredibly enriching for the surrounding crops which they're built against. So if we can create a scalable model for these ingredients, all of a sudden we're transforming the supply chain at scale.
So that's really, I love that genesis of the story and how you've gotten to where you are. And one of the things we talked about when we were prepping for this is we talked about, what is the scalability of making those changes and how, when we think about, we can start small, but when we're thinking about feeding millions of people, how do we do that with scale as we're looking to change the system? Maybe you want to start and talk about how you envision that.
Yeah, it's interesting. I would say there's actually not a scale issue. So particularly in the times that we're in, one of the questions we get asked a lot from retailers is like, what is your ability to supply these ingredients? And the reality is there is actually ample supply. I think what is lacking is kind of industry focus. to make sure that systems and structures are in place to extract these ingredients at scale. And so if you think about the power of ingredients like agusi as an example, to be able to transform not only our soil, but actually create economic opportunity that will enrich communities, that has tremendous impact. You know, an example I'll give you from IO is, you know, in just a short time, so we're still a young brand, about 1.5 years old. One of our early partnerships was with an organization called Girl Power Africa. So we invested in about 15 acres of farmland in Liberia. That land has already seen crop yield. We've created housing structures for the people who are living off of the land. And so in a very short order, we've actually transformed the livelihood of folks on the ground. And you think about kind of doing that on scale with more than just IO working against that, brands like Moonshot and others, we can have tremendous impact on kind of what the outcomes look like long term.
That's great. You're up next.
Yeah. I mean, I think when I think about scalability, it's like there's so much happening around food tech right now and around climate tech. And I think that one of my just favorite quotes of the year is basically that the technology sector's greatest contribution to fighting climate change is not going to be some sort of, you know, great hardware innovation or some sort of, you know, magical rocket, right? It's going to be applying thinking around scalability to this issue, which the tech sector does extremely well. And so when we think about climate action, specifically within the food space, of the top 100 food companies today, only 50% of them have measured or reported out on their emissions at all. And then of that 50%, there's only 50% of those that have measured and reported out on scope 3. For a consumer company or for a food company, up to 90% of your emissions are going to be in your value chain in scope 3. So that's a huge problem. That's giant. And there's so many barriers to date as to why that's been the case. This used to be an extremely slow process that you have to do with consultants and go out and find all of your primary data and all of these things. And so that's what Planet Forward is specifically trying to solve through data in our software to make climate action scalable. We have the largest life cycle assessment database for North America for agricultural production systems, meaning that we can actually do the measurements for brands, companies, suppliers, retailers, all of that across all 3 scopes, and then really drill down into scope 3 into a level of detail that gives you the ability to actually take action on those insights. And so I think that's an example of how technology can fit into this entire conversation and start to scale the solutions that we need.
Back to you, Shayna.
Yeah, so I mean, we have to figure out the scalability. There's no option. Like, that we have to impress that upon everybody. There's just no option. Of the top, so there's 150 plants in the world that compose the majority of our global diet, but just 12 of those make up 75% of the calories we consume around the globe, just 12 crops. So that obviously has dire impact on the farm and on our land in terms of sustainability and for our diets. We all know, you know, the crisis that we're in from a health perspective. So we have to figure it out. We've invested in a couple of brands at Supply Chain Capital that don't see this as separate, scaling sustainable supply chains and creating culturally relevant brands. IO is one of them. Another is Agua Bonita. It's a California Central Valley-based company led by an Afro-Latina founder, who works with local farmers to rescue produce. And what she makes is a zero sugar added agua fresca for all of us to enjoy, but really for the underserved Latinx community in the US. And what's really interesting there is, you know, we were talking about her supply chain and assuming that because she's purchasing upcycled fruits, the costs are lower to the business. And she said that's actually not how we built our business model because those upcycled fruits are in demand now. And so, you know, we've built that into our margins. Sometimes we're paying on parity for bruised fruits now because those are going to the supply chain. And she said, and we might actually reach a point, and that wouldn't be a bad thing, where not everything we're putting into our product is upcycled. It's certainly their primary goal, but it's something really interesting we see is the ability to scale these business models. You know, sometimes you may actually hit up against a boundary or barrier and say, with the farm partners I have, I'm actually, you know, now we're working on new sustainable production because we've really been able to offtake all of their upcycled produce. So those aren't challenging problems to have. And over again, we hear that scalability is possible. And so those are the types of solutions we're looking at.
So a couple things I want to touch on there. It's great to know that imperfect produce or bruised produce is now almost at parity with regular produce. That means that we have made a difference in how we value our food and creating more parity in making sure that all the food that's produced is being consumed for all consumers. So it's not thrown away or given to feed, which creates more carbon. But I want to just take a moment and talk a little bit about the mission of Rabobank, which is also very unique, is that our goal is to feed the world sustainably by 2050. And we talked to a number of the large food companies around the globe, and with all of the challenges they have faced over the last 2 years and are actually planning for with the crisis in Ukraine, they're saying, how do we continue to focus on our sustainability goals and moving our big businesses to ensure that we meet them, while at the same time making sure that we're able to feed the people and reshift the supply chain. So if you guys were talking to those leaders, what would the message you would give them to say that sustainability needs to stay core? And how do we influence that? And I'm going to start with you, Shayna.
Well, I used to work at Mars, and I worked in sustainability for smallholder supply chains. So I worked with cocoa farmers primarily. Mars is the world's largest purchaser of cocoa. And so I did talk to those leaders every day and was in a procurement role. And what was interesting there, and this is probably in the 50% of companies that are reporting, is that there is an understanding from the top that this is long-term risk management for supply chains. At the time it was long-term, actually now it's short-term. And we have to figure it out, but there are multiple paths to get there. And when you're such a large company with such a large supply chain, there's not one answer or solution, right? There's a lot of solutions that you're going to have to take. One of the things I think is actually pretty promising about this when you talk to leaders of large companies is that legislation more and more is coming into place, which is going to force the hand and force the change. So I think for a while, particularly with the previous administration, corporate America was actually pushing much harder on sustainability than perhaps we were seeing in the policy world. But in some places, in some states and federally, that's starting to shift again. And so as you're talking to corporate leaders, I think there are corporate leaders that are visionary, that understand it, are making the investments in their business, and they're seeing this not just as the right thing to do, but also imperative for the business. And for the rest of them, we need legislation because they're not walking the talk, or they're making commitments and they're not achieving those outcomes. So that's where policy really needs to come together to force the hand, I think, in many cases.
Yeah, I agree across the board. And I'll dive further into this, but it's so exciting that the legislation is finally coming around. Like, we've needed it for so long, and I've just been overjoyed this year by all the announcements. I'm just like, yeah. But yeah, so much of my career has been this exact thing. I started out in doing ESG and private equity back before there was, a lot of the incentive structures that we have today. And so building the business case and convincing executives and investors that all of these things matter and should happen right now was the full-time role. And it really becomes a language to speak. And so I'm really excited because it's an easier case to make today. There's been so much shift, and I think that there's a few things. It's growth, it's regulation, it's the fact that this is inevitable now, and it's also brand value. I think it's about being able to speak to why you should do these things in the exact terms that these leaders are thinking about for themselves. So it is 100% the case that being more sustainable is now actually the more profitable thing to do. Within CPG, for the last 5 years, 55% of growth of the category actually came from sustainably marketed products, while they only made up 16% of the overall category. So that's crazy in terms of just like the outsized growth that's happening for companies that are walking the walk. There's also price premiums available for companies that are sustainable, up to 40%, according to an NYU study. So it is very much the profitable thing to do that. The regulation argument is huge. It's going to be required that you do this extremely soon. And so there's actually this really awesome window for a lot of the leaders that want to take voluntary action and do it up front to be able to say, this was something that we believed in, and we did it first before, you know, there was a requirement to do so, whether that's the SEC ruling that's coming out or SB 2060 or 260 in California. And then the last piece is brand value. There is so much upside to be achieved by being able to take a strong stand on sustainability and on climate action. Just Salad is one of our customers with Planet Forward. They were the first restaurant to carbon label their menus, and they actually saw a 126% sales increase week over week from the day that they launched their carbon labels, which is huge. And they continue to see upsides from that in terms of the press and the excitement and the, hey, why did you do this? Hey, why are you going to continue to do this type conversation? So I think the more of those examples we have, the easier the case is, but I'm like very far beyond the point that it's not obvious.
And I think we have to shift the conversation to be a bit more holistic. Like, it's incredible to see, like, in just a few short years, plant-based products now have over 50% household penetration. It's incredible to see. But I think the tech that's happening in that space is one part of the solution. And so to Shayna's point around kind of the vast crops at our disposal that we can be taking better advantage of today, I think we need to think through, like, the business impact of not taking action there. And how do we expand the conversation to be more holistic about all the tools that are at our disposal to really put our total supply chain in a better place long term?
Great. So when we've talked a lot about sustainability, and I want to come back to culture for a moment. And, you know, when we first started talking about this panel, we were all really excited because I think you kicked it off with climate is culture. But I also think there's a lot to be learned, and you touched a little bit on it with AO and how the culture of the foods in and of themselves create a better climate-friendly food system. Are there other things that we're not tapping into that we should be tapping into from bringing culture even closer to our food, like coming back to that more holistically, and what can we build on that going forward? And I'm going to start with you, Cheyenne.
Yeah, I'm thinking, is there more that we can do to bring culture closer to home? Well, I mean, I think there's a lot that's happening that we don't fully process. So if you think about restaurants, like Mexican restaurants have the highest penetration, right? So there's cultural cuisine in our day-to-day lives that we're not necessarily even thinking about, in the types of foods that we're eating all the time that, you know, maybe 20, 30 years ago wasn't the case. I think one of the big things we can do is embrace this kind of next wave of culture, and it really does start with our kids. So we were all talking about that earlier. But I think that for this next generation, you know, introducing our younger generation to flavors early and often is so critical, right? So I have two kids. I have a 3.5-year-old and a 7-year-old. And their dad is from Mexico, so they grew up with some multicultural cuisine in the house, you know, but we've always made sure in the baby puree that I made my daughter, you know, when she was little, to put some curry powder in it, to introduce them to different types of flavors, different types of vegetables, never cooking anything separate for our kids. They eat what we eat. And now they actually like to put tahini on their fruit because that's what their dad does, so they're also getting into the spice. But I do think a critical part of bringing culture closer to home is starting with that generation, and it permeates then everything. That permeates how we treat each other, how we see each other. It will permeate our politics. And so that's one part of it, you know, we haven't touched on, is how do we really infuse this as early and often as we can?
Yeah, I'll say one of my proudest moments, we have an 11-year-old, and just last week, one of her non-West African friends brought jollof rice to school to warm up for lunch. And I'm like, that is the progress we need to see. We need to create a grocery system where we are all seen and walking down the aisles. And so we're on our way, but there's a long way to go.
I mean, yeah, I would build on that and say you've done an incredible job of just championing that and showing up that way, and I love what you shared as well. I think that naturally, hopefully, these kind of trends will run parallel. Improving the sustainability of our food system will also lend itself to thinking about more diverse crops and more diverse flavors and more diverse things that we can bring to the table. Because right now we're, over allocated towards like 5 crops, right? And that's one of the issues in our agricultural system. And so I think the more we can do to start to align those incentives across the board, the better we'll be. I do think, like carbon labeling, for example, is something I'm super bullish about, because right now we don't make those connections immediately in our head. I don't know that because you used this really incredible, innovative ingredient that has been underutilized and is upcycled, that it's automatically going to be lower emissions, right? But if I did know that, I would be like, wow, cool that you did that, first of all. And second, now I'm also eating in alignment with my goals because I'm somebody who cares about climate change and that's what I want to do. So I think that if we can have carbon labeling, for example, be ubiquitous, then we're in a place where making the right decision as a brand is what you want to do to be able to reduce your emissions. And then as a consumer, you can see clearly the impact of the decision that somebody made for you. And I think that'll bring kind of all things full circle.
At Rabobank, we've been very committed to looking at carbon in the food system. We are building what we're calling our carbon bank, and we are working with farmers and others to help them take carbon out of their process, but also they can have a big impact on sequestering carbon. So 100% agree with you guys on all of that. And I think the other thing that we also hear and see is that as we bring things more locally, and we get more connected to the culture of our local communities, we also can have bigger impact on the food system. And I think that those are some of the things that we need to tap into more, that we still have an opportunity to build on, because there's a lot more to be done, I think. But I know you guys believe that as well. So we have a few minutes. I have a few more prepared questions, but I also see you guys in the audience, and I hope that you're here because you have some questions. So I don't know, yes.
Thank you. That's all very interesting and entertaining. Sorry, I don't have a mic. But, here's mine. Thank you. I guess, I have one sort of cynical observation. I think I agree with you that there's, amongst the younger people, there's a consciousness, a culture, aware of carbon footprint, frankly. I would say that's less the case for the bulk of our population, which is older, frankly, the people who are not in this room, frankly. And I would also make the cynical hypothesis, and it's just a hypothesis, I don't know, I don't have any data to back this up, I'm just making this all up, frankly. The other cynical observation I have is that most of the people in this room can afford to eat low carbon footprint food. And I would say my cynical observation is that is not representative of the vast majority. That's the reason why we have scale production here. That's why everyone eats Cheetos and Fritos, frankly, because that sells, particularly to the people from lower income demographics, frankly. And that, frankly, is one of the reasons why we have health problems in this country. So I guess I'm just wondering if this is all just, my cynical side is saying, until you can breach that barrier of the older generation and the less affluent population, which is not in this room, for the most part, I just wonder how, are we really going to be able to break scale barriers with what we're talking about?
I'm going to, before we answer that question, I am going to give a couple of stats to sort of frame it. I think when I recently prepared a talk about food insecurity, we were talking about 10% of the US population is food insecure. My guess is that number has increased significantly.
Yeah, it's now upwards of 40%.
Yeah.
It accelerated during the pandemic.
Yeah. So during the pandemic, that amount increased. So I think it's a very good question, and I think it's a good one to pose to the panel, in that how do we deal with creating food nutrition parity, given not everyone can afford to pay more?
I mean, at IO, I think we think about a lot about meeting people where they are. And so I think you're right. For everyone who consumes our product, climate change, CO2 emissions, it's not the primary driver. For some of them, it might be being able to experience global flavors. But for us, I think, it's about how we show up in the world and the impact that we can that we can have as a brand. So while it's central to us, we also know that we have to be able to pivot and meet people where they are. And so if we can do both as a company, I feel like that's our responsibility to do our part. And we know that there is a host of consumers are going to come in because of the work that we're doing in that area. But frankly, it's the area that we talk about less because we know there's a broader consumer base who's really inspired by being able to explore the flavors of West Africa. And so we actually talk more about that. And I feel like as a corporate entity behind the scenes, it's our work to make sure that we're doing our part to make sure that our brand and others are here in 50 to 100 years.
I would just build to say, I think that there's, I think another part of the idea of climate being culture is just about climate being the culture of how we do business and how we think about the decisions we make. Being lower emissions and being more sustainable should have a lot of cost efficiencies that comes with it, right? Like having lower cost or lower needs from an energy perspective. All of these are cost efficiencies. So I think that if we start to think about it less as, okay, how is climate a differentiator for me? And when climate is now the baseline of how we do business, then I think that's when this idea of it being culture was successful.
I'd say the other part with culture is really working hand in hand with communities to understand that you can eat very affordably in a plant-centric, climate-positive way. One anecdote is a nonprofit in southern Mexico that is, it's one of the most low-income, food insecure places in the country, right on the border. There's a network of community health workers. They're all women, and they're working in diabetes-ravaged, heart disease-ravaged communities to get back to the origins of Mexican cuisine. And this is a combination of what can I grow in my home, because you can actually grow a lot in the desert. It's pretty inspiring. And how do I think about the recipes I grew up with in this way? This is an organization that is grant dependent. So I've known about them for about 10 years. They had a hard time during the last administration. Now they're having an easier time doing community health, organizing and work neighborhood to neighborhood. But one of the things that one of the women organizers told me is when grant funding was cut in the last administration, the neighbor to neighbor, the community aspect of this persisted. The skills that people learned about how to grow, tomatoes in the middle of the desert in a very water efficient way, those lasted. And so this is a big part of culture, is getting closer to communities to share and teach skills, recipes, et cetera. They're gonna help you eat in a much healthier and climate positive way. And those two things go hand in hand, and we need a lot more of that.
So we're wrapping up here, and I wanna sort of end with one challenge to all of you, because when we sat down and we were talking about culture and food, I really wanted to get to the essence of what culture meant, because to me it was like, the music we listened to and where we came from. It's always like, so where'd you grow up? And because that helps, identify you and tell us a lot about who you are and where you're from. But the other meaning that we often forget about culture is the scientific one. And that culture is all about creating conditions that are suitable for growth. And when we think about building a more climate-friendly food system, we have to think about 3 fundamental priorities. One is health, but health for people and health for the planet. And then also the global welfare of people. You mentioned that in your question. So my challenges and my questions to all of you as you walk away today, and you've heard about how these amazing women are having to invest or build or create impact, I want you all to think about what are the changes that you can make, whether as individuals or in your businesses, that you can create an environment, a culture for growth and sustainability. I want to thank you guys. You guys are amazing, and I always learn so much from listening to your stories and what you're doing. Thank you, and thank you all.
Thank you. Please stay for just a moment. Thank you so much. That was a wonderful panel. I want to thank Anne and all of the panelists. After a short video, our next panel on innovations in hunger and waste prevention will be moderated by the amazing Natalie Byrne of Blank Space. A reminder to use the hashtag Future Food South by Southwest. I messed up before. It's Future Food South by Southwest. I apologize. Before I give the floor to Natalie, I want to thank our sponsors again. Kroger Co.'s Zero Hunger, Zero Waste Foundation, Little Herds, the Cook's Nook, the Islamic Food and Nutrition Council Foundation of America, We Don't Have Time, Lightbridge, Oatly, and of course, South by Southwest. And again, thank you all so much. You were wonderful.
This is great.
I'm going to give everyone a second to come back in. Don't leave, don't leave. This panel is amazing. Okay, hi, good morning. South by Southwest Day 2. This is so exciting to be here. I don't know about you guys, but this is my first big event since pre-pandemic. So I'm like overwhelmed and excited and just want to talk with you all day. I've had so many cups of coffee. Hi, I'm Natalie Byrne, and this panel rocks. So really quickly, can I have a show of hands of how many people are familiar with the hunger stats of no? Okay, great. So I am going to start there because this is a really important thing to frame. Where we are today, food waste, hunger, is astounding. It was a bad situation pre-pandemic, and now we're dealing with, let's see here, 100 million people around the world do not have enough to eat. And we're gonna just talk about the US mainly right now today. We throw away more food than any other country, 30 to 40%. Feeding America says the average American family throws away $1,600 in produce every year. And yet, right down the street from here, we have hunger. Right down the street from most cities that are thriving from events like this, we have 1 in 8 who are hungry. So today we're going to talk about something really inspiring, which is people who are making a very big difference, whether they're innovating or leading this inside of their companies and working across the world on these issues. I am very excited by this female-led, really, I wanted to say badass, can I say that? Badass panel. So I'd love to start by just a quick intro, if you don't mind. Kick it off. Tell us who you are and what brings you into this issue today.
Hey everyone, my name is Michelle Ruiz, and I come here from Chicago, Illinois, and I'm still cold, so I don't know what's going on. But I'm one of the founders of High Fae Foods. We make fungi flour by upcycling byproducts from food manufacturing. I'm talking about flour that tastes exactly like wheat flour but has no refined carbs and a ton of protein. We're looking at waste as a gold mine when it comes to making affordable and super healthy food.
Hi everybody, I'm Denise Osterhuse and I work for Kroger. I actually have 2 hats, so you may know us as the grocery retailer of many names depending on what market you live in. But we have about 2,800 supermarkets across the country. We also have manufacturing facilities and our own distribution and fleet. So for Kroger, I manage our environmental, social, and governance strategy, so our ESG strategy and all of the topics that kind of fall under sustainability and social impact, and I also have philanthropy. So The other hat is the one I'm wearing today, which is president of the Kroger Co. Zero Hunger, Zero Waste Foundation, which is a nonprofit public charity we stood up about 4 years ago, specifically to address that intersection of food security and food waste, and really try to make a difference in any way we can. Philanthropically, we have an innovation fund to drive catalytic capital to food tech innovators, and that has been really a wonderful and exciting part of my job. So really happy to be here. Glad you are too.
Good morning, Jasmine Crow, founder and CEO of Gooder. We are based in Atlanta, Georgia, and we really sit at the intersection of solving food waste and hunger. So excited to be here.
Hi everyone, my name is Marisol Sáenz. I'm originally from Costa Rica, but I live in San Francisco. And I'm the founder of Compound Foods. We're working on making coffee without the coffee beans so that we can create a drink that's equally delicious and gives us the same energy, but with a fraction of the environmental footprint in terms of carbon emissions and water use.
To give a little bit more context, I run a social impact and strategy and communications firm, Blank Space, and we worked with client Weight Watchers this year to create the Healthy Living Coalition of 30 brands coming together on these issues. And very closely, you'll hear a couple people have talked about zero waste, zero hunger. That is the United Nations Sustainable Development Goal number 2 that we're all working towards. So I wanted to make a mention because it's important that we think about our work as it ladders up to the macro. So with that, I'm gonna dive into all the good stuff, and I wanna start with you, Denise, and talking about ecosystems. I think when a lot of people think about a company like Kroger, they're thinking, oh, Denise has a dream job, she's just sitting in there making magic, and it's really a city. She's thinking about employees and how they're interacting. She's thinking about supply chains, advocacy partners, stakeholders, the whole machine of this city, and I'd love if you would talk a little bit about that, and speak into some of the programs, and then I already have a million places we'll go.
Do you want me to go?
Yeah.
Okay. So to be clear, I think I have a dream job. So I do
Yes.
love it. It's amazing. It's really kind of a dream to be able to work on topics of such importance to people and our planet. So on behalf of Kroger, I lead an ESG team who are all women and rock stars as well. So very committed, passionate people. We do, let's not forget our customers. So the other stakeholder that we always try to put first are our customers. And many of our customers are on a budget. And so keep maintaining access to fresh and affordable healthy food is a top priority for us. So, and that's true, we also have a lot of people and workers in our global supply chain and who are in the food production side of the world. So we think about all of them. And then we also balance that with what is right from a sustainability perspective. We have carbon emission reduction targets, we have sustainable packaging goals, in addition to our commitments to advance human rights for workers everywhere. So yes, there's a lot of, it is definitely a systems and set of issues that are all very interrelated and interconnected. So it is a challenging job to think of what solutions could possibly look like, but we need innovators like the other ladies here who are coming up with new ideas, new products to really take us to the next level.
And we spoke a little bit about, thinking about margins and moving the needle. And, when you're thinking at Kroger about something that's 10 years out and you're setting some of these really big goals for the company, how are you measuring those decisions against those goals and making sure that you're staying on target?
Yeah, we actually have if you look at our ESG report, you can see 4 pages of tables on our performance metrics and how we're doing on our goals. We have a lot of goals. And for example, we've been working within our own operations to reduce food waste by directing as much fresh surplus food as possible to those in our communities who can use it. So we have food waste generation goals in our retail business, and then we also have waste diversion goals, et cetera. So the other thing to note is in 2017, when we introduced Zero Hunger, Zero Waste, our goal was to provide 3 billion meals to our communities. And so far, after just wrapping up 2021, we're already at 2.3 billion, and that reflects food and charitable dollars that we direct to our communities to unlock greater food access. But the other thing to mention is we have our innovation fund through the foundation, and that has directed, I think, over $3 million in funding to innovators with great ideas. So that's really, I think, the core of what we're talking about here today too, is what is the future and what ideas do we need to help solve this problem.
That is exactly right. Thank you for helping me with the segue, because you know, we think about the old guard working on these issues, and then we have these innovators and scientists and entrepreneurs sitting here with us that we're going to dive in. And I want to start with Jasmine and Gooder, because she has really got me thinking when she says things like hunger is a logistics problem, and shifting from the idea that delivery and opportunity and reaching these food desert populations is something that we can actually do. So I would love for you to speak a little bit about that.
Yeah, I mean, two things. So when you say the old guard, I think that that's a really great topic. It's a problem when you think of innovation, because so many people are married to the old way that they're not open to new ways. And so as someone who's really been working on this problem since 2016, I started Gooder feeding people that were experiencing homelessness, living unsheltered on the streets. I had an event called Sunday Soul, and it was a pop-up restaurant. I would make these menus and allow people to sit down and feel like they were dining at a restaurant, even though that they were experiencing homelessness. And so I've really worked in this space for a long time, and I understand the perils that people that are living on the marginal poverty line face. What ends up happening is the old guard is, this is the way we've always done it. We have a partnership with Feeding America. We're gonna donate food this way. And what we end up seeing is, if you've always done it this way, how are we going to ever get better changes if you're gonna continue to do what you've always done? And that's something that we have faced, specifically myself at Gooder. It's just really hard. There's a lot of gatekeepers that aren't open to new ideas. And, you know, we've just continued to do them on our own. It's just like, hey, if we can't get the funding, if we can't get the partners, let's try and make these things happen. So innovation for us looks like Gooder has now what we call supplemental grocery stores. We have 2, we're actually opening about 15 over the next year. And our goal is not to be a Kroger, but our goal is that we think, to your point, Nancy, that hunger is not an issue of scarcity. If you just said we waste more food than any other country, it really is about logistics. It's about how do you get food that's going to waste directly into the hands of people that need it. And so what we've done is now we build grocery stores inside of Title I middle schools and inside of low-income senior housing communities. And we allow those families and children in there to be able to go in and get food whenever they need it. And now what we've done is we've turned that issue of I live in a food desert on its head. Now we have 13-year-old kids that can say, Mom, I'm gonna bring home dinner tonight, and they can go into one of our grocery stores and receive food access for free. The same thing with seniors. So many seniors receiving anywhere from $16 to $24 a month on food stamps. And I think all of us know inflation is crazy. Like the cost of eggs today versus what it was 5 years ago. What hasn't changed for seniors? Their Social Security hasn't gone up. Their disability hasn't gone up. So the struggle is even worse for them. So it is really about, you know, being innovative. And I think what corporations have to do is be open to new ideas and not just say that they are, but actually really stand on that and be open to working with new startups and new innovations. And also, too, I have to say women and founders of color, because it's even harder for us to not only get against the old guard, but also not look like the old guard as well. So it's something that I think we have a lot of ways to go, but we're continuing to innovate, and I'll talk about some of our other innovations later.
Yeah, thank you for bringing that up, because I think that's something that's on all of our minds, is how are we, you know, when we talk about the new guard, putting new leaders, new voices, new ideas, and also what's so inspiring about your story, I mean, there's so much, but the idea that you were on the ground watching the issue firsthand, working with homeless, and I think that all of us, no matter where we are in this country, are experiencing that. I live in LA, and it is an epidemic right now. And thinking about, okay, how are we going to feed this one population? But then you actually build an ecosystem off that. And not only are you doing this now in Atlanta, but you're spreading it nationwide. So speak a little bit about your expansion and growth there.
Yeah, Gooder right now is currently operating in 19 markets. Our number 2 and 3 markets are Denver, Colorado, and Dallas, Texas, with closely following Washington, D.C. We have a real big focus on expanding throughout Texas. We are opening grocery stores in, really, in my opinion, the hardest hit areas. So we have 2 that will be opening in Mississippi, where 20% of the population is food insecure. We also are opening 2 grocery stores in Birmingham, Alabama, 9 grocery stores in Denver, Colorado. We just now will be soon announcing a partnership with a really big company. And yeah, because I felt like if I said what kind of company they were, people would know.
You heard it here
so yeah,
first, South by.
Yeah, and so that'll be expanding the work as well. But yeah, our service on the food recovery, Nancy, is available nationwide in 216 cities. And that is because we work with partners like DoorDash and Uber Eats and Roadie to move food from a business to a nonprofit in real time.
I mean, think about that. We're living in a time when we're delivering everything to our house. And just down the street, people are living in food deserts. They do not have access to fresh fruits and vegetables. So thinking about our apps and our tech-savvy, innovative lifestyles and how we can really translate this to fight hunger is essential. And that's what's so great about South by and everyone who's here, because you guys are on. We have NFT crypto conversations happening ever. Let's NFT crypto hunger. I just said it. Let's do it. Next year, I'm coming back. Okay. So on that.
Can I mention one thing?
Yes.
I would just say I agree that logistics is a key issue. And I think for our side of the world, we just announced a new fulfillment center that will serve Austin, actually, in San Antonio. So as we open up more fulfillment centers and as you start to see more little Kroger delivery trucks on the road, our hope is that will help unlock food access as well, and that we can suddenly, we are able to deliver truly anywhere within a market. And so a food desert, hopefully the dream is there would be no food deserts because everyone will have access to food, whether it's food for purchase, using your SNAP dollars or benefits, or also charitable food. So agree, and our, we know, Jasmine, we would say we want an inclusive charitable food system. Like we need everyone. It's not one organization or another. We need everybody. So really love that you guys are expanding. That's awesome.
Oh, and thank you for sharing that news. That's so exciting. Okay, Michelle, I'm coming for you now. I love Michelle's background. She was in the trenches of looking at oil wastewater and how we refine it and think about taking it and making it something that is not destroying the planet, and went and did this in food. Can you please kind of break down the whole fungi mystery for us?
Yeah, so everybody knows fungi definitely as mushrooms, right? And we know that fungi are nature's decomposers, so they're these little machines that literally take material from one form and convert it to a different form. And so we're kind of looking at fungi as a way to say, hey, maybe food that is wasted that looks like an ugly apple that doesn't maybe make it to the grocery store shelf, you could take it, you could eat it, but what about food that is wasted in the form of water? Think about when you open a can of peas, right? That can has a ton of water in there. That water is safe to eat, it is packed full of sugar, and the way that we clean water is literally when it goes down the drain, it goes to a wastewater treatment plant, we get bacteria and fungi to go into the water and eat the sugars and the nutrients. And then what does that do? It cleans the water. And number 2, it makes this fungi and bacteria grow. And then what happens after? You take all of that fungi and bacteria that you just created, you dump it in the landfill. And so think about next time you drink a beer, you drink some wine, you open a can of food, anything that touches water in food is going to end up in the landfill because of how we treat water. And so we're looking at fungi and we're saying like, okay, cool, we're cleaning water with fungi, but what if we make clean, easy to eat water get cleaned with edible fungi like an oyster mushroom? We already eat that, right? And so yeah, that's kind of how we're taking these sugars that are wasted in a dissolved state and we're using fungi to like upcycle it and make it more available to us.
You're touching on something that is not spoken about enough, and that's how climate and land and the environment is connected to the hunger crisis. And I think that you're problem solving from a couple different verticals. And hopefully too, did you bring your sample product that you show? Oh my gosh. Okay, I
I
got a
didn't bring
sneak
it.
peek, guys. She has this awesome little sample product of the flour. Will you tell them what they're missing out? Because I feel like it's gonna be in everyone's homes pretty soon.
Yeah, I mean, the flour just looks like wheat flour. It tastes exactly the same. It looks white, it looks like powder, and the thing about the nutrition and the hunger part is that when you look at the nutritional profile of fungi, it doesn't have any refined carbs. Think about how, like, now connecting to health, one of the other epidemics that most of us in this room are probably affected by, but inflammatory chronic diseases like diabetes and heart disease, some cancers, all of that is connected at the root to what type of foods we're eating and the type of inflammation our bodies are going through chronically every single day of our lives, right, with those glucose spikes. Why does that happen? All of the foods that are the most culturally ingrained in our daily lives that we're never gonna walk away from have some type of refined starch in them. But that's because the ingredients that are available to us right now are grains, nuts, legumes. For all of those, you have to strip out the protective fiber casing to make those starches into flour. But what if we start looking at flour as something that doesn't need to be stripped? It just needs to be ground in its full form. Then our body is able to really digest it in a way that's slow and isn't inflammatory.
I mean, I am so excited. We're still going, guys. Maricel, how many people here had to have a cup of coffee before this 9 a.m. panel? Yes, I've had 3. So, so we need to talk about this. Coffee is what fuels America, guys. And I think it's something that not a lot of people have been tackling from the idea of sustainability and health. And Maricel, take us into this. And you come from Costa Rica, so this is part of your lifeblood there.
Yeah. So coffee is one of the most consumed products in the world, but when we look into how it's made, it's also one of the most polluting products. So we create around 17 kilograms of CO2 equivalents for 1 kilogram of coffee. And to make a cup of coffee, we need around 140 liters of water. Without getting into the really complicated supply chain and logistics that it takes to grow a plant in a place like Costa Rica, get it dried, and then fly it all the way to somewhere like Seattle to get it roasted, to then send it to New York or Austin so that people can consume it. So coffee has the problem of how it's being consumed, but it's also the fact that it's a very sensible crop that only grows in a particular region of the world, and climate change, it's putting its future at risk. So as temperatures are getting hotter and as rain is getting crazy, we're seeing places with floods, places with droughts. The future or our capacity to produce coffee is decreasing significantly. So our approach is, how do we make sure that we have coffee for a long time and that in the way that we make it is better for the environment? So we are recreating the flavors, the aromas, and the effects of coffee with a fraction of the environmental footprint. We're looking to reduce around 90% of both the water use and the carbon emissions of your daily cup of coffee.
I'm clapping for that. I think something that we spoke about too is your background, working with entrepreneurs. I have a similar background in Africa, and I'm really curious as to how you're also thinking about the farmers and the supply chain. I think that we don't realize what goes into making a cup of coffee.
Yeah, and a lot of coffee is produced by smallholder farmers around the world. There's also large productions of coffee, especially when we look at things like instant coffee or low quality coffee. So the first question that we always get is, what about the coffee farmers? And because I come from Costa Rica, for me, it's not just farmers, it's people that, you know, have a face, have a name, and we know where their livelihood comes from. So our question is, how do we help them transition into a climate resilient future? Because the truth is, coffee farmers are facing problems with climate change every single day. They're seeing their yield go down, they're seeing their quality go down, and they're being squeezed by the prices in the market. Coffee is the most expensive it's been in the last 10 years, and coffee farmers are getting less. So you might be paying $5, $6 for a cup of coffee in Austin, but they're still getting, in many cases, less than $1 per cup. So in our thought process is we need to help them transition into other crops or other alternatives that are gonna be better for them, better for the planet. And we're working on initiatives that are built into our business model because we want to create coffee. I obviously love coffee and I drink a lot of it. I also recognize that we're going to keep drinking and consuming coffee for a long time. So we want it to be in a way that's friendly for the environment, but we don't want to leave anybody behind.
So one of the big questions that we're trying to answer at Compound Foods is how do we bake that into our model, and how do we help them and bring them along our journey so that they can have even better lives that they have today, and they can use their lands for products that maybe they can eat or our local communities can eat, versus we have to export them to other places around the world.
I mean, we're here today talking about innovations around the hunger space, and it is amazing how these 4 women are thinking about their role in that, from starting businesses to leading entire multinational companies around this work. I think going back to you, Denise, it would be great to hear a little bit more about the accelerator work that you're doing with some of these other entrepreneurs around the country on this work, because I want this room to know that there are people who are innovating so quickly in this space, and we just need to give them our time, our partnerships, our connections, funding. So speak a little bit to the ecosystem around that, please.
Sure, would love to. So that, I think you're speaking to our foundation's innovation fund. So again, this was part of my role, is to help build a more sustainable and equitable food system globally, because even though we're a US retailer, we do have a global supply chain. So we actually have a whole initiative with Fair Trade on sustainable coffee, which is near and dear to my heart. But we also recognize, so we have, as a business, we have certain things we need to do to drive the change that we can in the areas that we can influence. And then we also have a philanthropic portfolio of work, which is really exciting. So there are places maybe where people have great ideas but need funding to get started, or they might need funding to scale. So we are also very involved through our innovation fund. We've had 2 open calls for proposals for innovation and innovative solutions. The first one we focused on food waste reduction and prevention solutions, and we had 6 grantees in that round. And then the second round we just did last year in 2021, and we gave or committed $2.5 million and ended up with 10 portfolio companies with amazing ideas. So again, it's been a really rewarding, and part of what makes our jobs dream jobs is that we get to work with people who are new and young and have really innovative ideas, and we can help them get started. And 3 of those 10 companies, by the way, it wasn't the purpose of the Innovation Fund round, 3 of them are now on our shelves, which is really exciting. So they were able, and part of our goal is to provide that catalytic capital that then helps them get more money to do more. So sometimes being part of our Zero Hunger, Zero Waste Foundation's cohort gives them a little bit of validation so they can go raise a lot more money beyond that. So that's exciting to see too. We love that.
And we had some of those conversations behind the scenes when we were powwowing, and I see Michelle being like, yes. Speak a little bit about the idea that I think partnership might come off this panel around helping big businesses with their waste. You would speak about it better than me. Just jump right in.
Yeah, absolutely. And when you were kind of teeing up the question, it made me think, like, one of the beauties of being all of us here together is that we can have this kind of cross-pollination of ideas where, like, you might be a big company and you have waste, whether it's solid or water. You might also have some net zero commitments. Maybe you might be sparked by the idea that if you give away your waste, you can get to your net zero without having to invest capital in anything that's big or capturing, gas or anything like that, like easy cherry picking. Wait, what is it? The lowest hanging fruit?
Yes, yes. You're problem solving for big companies.
And it's something that big companies have to pay for waste management. But if you're maybe a more agile, smaller startup, like, this is where partnerships can be really beneficial, because you're like, wait, I want your waste. It helps reduce my cost by like 60%. Let's go. And like, that's a perfect ecosystem to be really circular.
Well, and we love that some of what traditionally are waste streams can actually add value.
Yeah.
So the goal is really not truly charitable. The goal is for companies like ours to find creative ways to drive revenue and value from things that we hadn't thought of before. So that is really what will unlock, a richer future for all of us, and be able to provide jobs and economic growth and revenue for the community. So.
It is not charity. This is a panel of people who are making money off of making the world a better place. That is very important, because if we're thinking about the new guard, back to you, Jasmine, we're thinking about how we are actually innovating our systems. maybe give a little bit more of the behind the scenes of what creating this logistical problem solve of Gooder has been like.
A little bit. I mean, it's definitely been great. I think we focused on what wasn't focused on. So when I thought to expand our nonprofit network, for example, I began to work with nonprofits and people like me that are like feeding on the streets, really grassroots, that maybe don't have the building or the money for commercial equipment and storage. And what we started to think about is how can we actually match food with them in real time? We also focus on prepared foods. I believe that in this country, there's a big difference between access to food and access to meals. And what a lot of times food banks and food pantries do, they create this vicious cycle that keeps people that are poor actually dependent on food banks and food pantries because they're giving them food that doesn't marry together. They're giving them peanut butter, no bread, no jelly. They're giving them spaghetti noodles, no sauce, no meat. They are giving them, just random things. And what we focus on is giving people meals. We want to give people actual food. And so I started first focusing with prepared food at Gooder. That was our big focus. And one of our biggest kind of key customers was the Atlanta airport. So the largest, most efficient, most busiest airport in the country, 150 restaurants, and every single night we get all of the food. And if you guys think through, these are the salads, those little, salads, fruit cups, things like that go to waste every 12 hours by FAA regulation that is actually really good. And I've seen our team capture that food. I've seen it go to a shelter. I've seen people that were in the Georgia Workforce Development Program going to work, getting that and having lunch. And a lot of times we don't think through what not having to pay for one lunch for someone who still is living in this country making $8 an hour means. That is a lot. That's literally an hour's worth of work that they're giving up. And that's if they could go to like a Wendy's that doesn't even have the 4 for $4 anymore. I mean, that's kind of like letting you guys know how inflation is. But that level of getting people access to food. So we thought about that from the nonprofit space. We thought about the kind of food that we felt was being left out. We thought, yeah, shelf-stable stuff like, grocers, they have that. That's getting donated. Produce is starting to get donated. What's happening with these rotisserie chickens that every grocer and every place is making? What's happening with that stuff? And so that's where we focused on. And then we started to think we don't want to build our own logistics company. We should focus and partner with people that are already doing the work. And we started to forge those relationships. And then lastly, we started to speak with waste companies because we were saying, we see ourselves as a sustainable waste company. You guys are getting paid by these companies that are wasting all this food, and you're just taking it to your landfill. We can help you at least get this food. We wanted to control the food, and now those conversations have turned into really big opportunities. Thankfully, because legislation is being introduced in a lot of different states that is now saying, wait, we're gonna fine you if you throw away perfectly good food. And this is something that has been existing in countries like France, Italy, and Denmark for many years. It's finally starting to come to the US, while not as a whole country, but by cities. And that's really helping kind of power what we do. More so than anything, Nancy, it's about dignity. And that's the biggest piece that I think has been missing for a long time in this puzzle. Too often people thought we're donating, we have this partner, we're checking the box. We've got to uncheck the box and make sure we're checking on people and that we're giving them everything that they need. And that's what we focus on at Gooder.
Yes, I'm tweeting that. You bring up a great point, and I'm really happy you did, because the Healthy Living Coalition, which you need to join and be a part of and help us think about these issues better, is we worked actually very closely with Food Tank, so we're excited to partner with them on this too, is helping to amend legislation right now here in the US from the Bill Emerson Act that is, the way it's written, it's just language. And as someone who works in communications on a regular basis, the narrative we use matters. And the way that the legislation is written today makes it very scary and liable for companies and events to be donating food. And instead, we are, like at South by, going to have a lot of excess food that gets thrown away. So we have helped reintroduce the bill.
I think we're doing that. Is that with Weight Watchers?
Yes.
Yeah, I think we're part of that. Yeah, so we're already
we're all
there.
everyone here.
Someone else on my team is handling it, but I'm pretty sure I've heard this.
Okay,
I've heard
good.
this before. Yeah.
And there's 40,000 citizens that have signed. So I will put the petition up today on my social media so you guys can sign. And I think that we have an obligation to demand that here in America, we are curbing food waste and not throwing away perfectly good food. So, okay, great.
Yeah, and I would say too, as a big company that has a lot of food, it's really hard. Prepared foods are the hardest ones for us to donate, because I will tell you, because I manage the ESG portfolio for Kroger, food safety is absolutely our #1 priority. So it's often a very complicated conversation about what can be donated and how. So we're learning from others who have started doing a lot more prepared foods than we have been comfortable with yet. But we are kind of unlocking new categories. I would say every few months we add things to that prepared foods donation list, but it's been a really difficult challenge for us.
And I think we have a couple just quick call to actions that we want to leave you guys with before we go. I do think that something else that we spoke about that's really important to think about is, again, back to language. We talked about food waste, food surplus. We also were talking about even wastewater, sugar water, how you're positioning your products, but also just thinking about what you can do at home. So I'd love if you guys would all give a call to action. I'm making you sign a petition, so.
My call to action is if you know anybody that has wastewater, let me know. Food wastewater, and passing it over to you.
So mine would be, pay attention when you shop. Even as we're all customers, we're all in stores or we're ordering online. Look and buy more sustainable products. Look for certifications. Look for the standards that align with your own personal values and buy those items. Because that's what will keep the products on our shelves. That's what will get the new products to our shelves. We need our customers to actually engage, buy, enjoy, and then buy again. And that's how we change the shelf space that you see when you walk into our stores. And then also look at your own food waste at home. So we've heard during the pandemic that a lot of our customers are cooking more meals at home, which we love, but they're also noticing that they are wasting food more than they ever noticed before, and they're noticing the packaging and excess packaging. So just pay attention when you're cooking at home, but then also shop in ways that align with your values too.
Definitely. I just would love for anyone that's interested to please connect with us. We're Goodr, GOODR.co is our website, and we're Goodr Co across all of the networks. My call to you guys is to adopt a senior. I think that's really important. So many seniors, as I said, are really, really struggling. So if you do have that excess food, consider cooking an extra meal and maybe taking it to a senior in a local community center or however. But, call the Office of Aging in your area and see if there's a way that you could do that. Order them something on DoorDash as well, drop something off, but that's what I would leave with everybody, because I think that's the part of hunger a lot of people don't talk about. We talk about kids a lot, and rightfully, I'm a mom, of course, I want kids to eat, but our seniors are really struggling.
For sure.
I would say we are getting our ducks in a row to launch, so if you have a coffee shop or a restaurant and are interested in having beanless coffee. And then the second part is around regenerative agriculture. So if you know initiatives, not-for-profits that are working on help the transition into regenerative agriculture, we definitely want to chat as well.
Yes, quick.
One last thing is if there's a composting facility nearby, consider trying to make that small change in your life. If you have food waste, don't throw it in the trash, compost it. It is 86 times better than throwing it in the trash from a carbon emission standpoint.
Let's give them a round of applause. Thank you guys so much.
Thank you so much, Natalie. That was wonderful. Before I thank all of the panelists, I want to thank some of our other community partners, Trendy, City of Austin, Colt Food Scientists, Tyndall, AO Foods, Big Wheelbarrow, and EntoSense. Thank you all so much. And thanks to this wonderful panel and Natalie. Give them a round of applause. It was really great. I also now want to introduce, you can exit that way, a short video to set the stage for our next panel on Do Good Foods.
In the U.S., we throw away more than 80 billion pounds of food each year. That's approximately 40% of our food supply. Can you imagine buying 5 bags of groceries and tossing 2 of them away? It's reality. Today, there's more food waste in our landfills than anything else. And what's worse, all that waste is releasing greenhouse gases at an alarming rate. It's time to do things differently. Now is the time to do something good. Do Good Foods has found a way for us all to be part of ending food waste. That starts and ends at the grocery store. We collect nutritious surplus groceries such as fruits, vegetables, meats, and breads after donations occur, and load that food into coolers, destined for our production facility, where it is all upcycled into nutritious animal feed. That feed is then sent to growers who feed it to their chickens. And then we sell our Do Good chicken to you. What does this mean? It means each person who buys a delicious Do Good chicken saves 4 pounds of food from going to landfills and 3 pounds of greenhouse gas emissions. It means doing good for your plate and our planet are one and the same. Learn more about how you can join the Do Good mission at dogoodfoods.com.
Thank you so much, everyone. If you could take a seat so that we can go ahead and get started with this next panel. There's some really important things to discuss, so I'm just going to wait a few minutes until everyone sits down. Hey, all in the back, this is a really great panel with some really important people. Take a seat, please.
You're going to get in trouble.
Sam Cass said, "Don't F with me" earlier, so.
I did say that.
All right, I'm going to go ahead and get started and introduce this really great group of panelists, all people I love very much. First, we have Tiffany Derry, who's a chef and the founder of Tiffany Derry Concepts and co-founder of T2D Concepts. I'm so sorry. I practiced so much and I still messed it up. We have Justin Kamine, the co-founder and co-CEO of Do Good Foods. And I'm also pleased to introduce Sam Cass, who every time I try to introduce him, it's too much. Former White House advisor, entrepreneur, social entrepreneur, investor, blah, blah, blah. You do too much.
Blah, blah, blah.
But I'm so glad to see you. Thank you for being here. So you also this great video about Do Good Foods and the amazing work that they're trying to do to prevent food waste and help solve the climate crisis. So Justin, I want to turn to you. And so many of us in this room know that food waste is a problem, but can you really explain what's going on?
Yeah, sure. Well, thank you for having us. So Justin came on, one of the co-founders and co-CEOs of Do Good Foods. As we heard in the last panel, 40% of the food that gets grown gets thrown away. I mean, if food waste was a country, it'd be the 3rd largest greenhouse gas emitter. We use 20% of our land to actually grow crops that simply just gets put into landfill. I'm no mathematician, but we're pretty screwed if that continues, right?
Right.
And so the background of the family is that we've built about $4 billion of infrastructure, energy, telecom, renewables, and we wanted to really use that infrastructure solution to really solve what we deemed as one of the biggest problems in the food system, which is food waste. And how do we do so at an economically viable way for the largest retailers in the country and actually bring sustainability to scale? And to use that food, of course, after any community donations can occur, to its next best usage, which based upon the EPA food hierarchy, is to be converted into an animal feed. So after 5 years of development and a lot of work with this guy, we now successfully commercialized that solution. So we have a $170 million production facility in Pennsylvania where we're converting 160 tons, so close to 300,000 pounds a day of surplus grocery food that we collect from 450 supermarkets every single day, and we convert that into a nutriently consistent dried animal feed product the very next day. And that dried animal feed can then go right into the existing feed mill infrastructure of all of our major farmers across the country to create this entirely closed loop system. Yeah. And as you saw in the video with Do Good Foods, what's so exciting is that when we use that feed to grow our animals, for example, a Do Good chicken, we actually will now have the first USDA verified and approved equation where this coming April we are launching Do Good Chicken that states that every Do Good chicken now saves 3 pounds of greenhouse gases and 4 pounds of surplus grocery food. So really empowering consumers to be a part of this solution, buy the products that you know and that you love, real chicken, real impact, and if it's priced the same and tastes the same, why wouldn't you do good in the world?
Absolutely, and we'll get it more into empowering consumers and what that actually means and how they can be helpful. Chef Tiffany, you've been a food waste warrior for a long, long time, and so I'm wondering what brought you to this issue.
Well, first, I'm a chef, and I grew up loving good food. I'm from the South, and I am what I call a thoroughbred because I love Texas, never leaving Texas, and I will always be here, even if I have to come back. But one of the things that I knew was that there is something wrong, something's broken within the system. And the more I grew in the culinary world and within the restaurants, I started going, okay, how can I make an impact? What can one person do? And I teamed up with James Beard. They were doing something called the boot camps, which is so funny. We were just talking about this in the back. And in the boot camp, you learned about policy. You learned about how food laws were made and what you can do in the different areas of the Farm Bill. And I'm like, Farm Bill, what's this? And so the more I dove into it, the more I realized, oh my gosh, it's so much. How can you start? What do you do? I mean, how can you make an impact? And I realized I have to just take it step by step. What am I passionate about? And within our company at T2D Concepts, we believe that first it's passion, then principle, then purpose, and then profit in that order. And so in everything I do, I believe in passion. And so I was passionate about the food waste portion, and that's sort of how it began. Went to DC, had about 20 meetings in one day, and I didn't know how I was going to get through it. And apparently, everyone else thought that I was really good, and I said, well, all right, I'm just talking to people, expressing sort of how I feel, the community that I see, my family. I felt like I was a representative for everyone in that moment, and it worked out great, and now I go back, and I've been able to be a part of the Farm Bill. I've been able to be a part of food waste that we do with James Beard as well, and an advocate for making sure that we don't leave the system the way that it is right now, and that our children has something more. I mean, because for me, it's not about me. I believe that when you plant a tree, you shouldn't look forward to sitting in that shade, right? Like that has to be for someone else. And the passion is where it begins.
Oh, I love it. And you said passion, purpose, and profit. And we heard that before. You can have all those things.
Absolutely.
That's great. So Sam, I want to come back to this idea of consumers and how they're part of this. And one of the things that I personally appreciate about the Do Good Foods model is it allows eaters to play this important role in addressing the climate crisis in a meaningful way while still giving them a product that they love and enjoy. They don't have to change much. And I'm wondering if you can talk about that.
I would love to. How's everybody doing? Good? Good to see you guys. Thank you for having us. Listen, I think, look, we got a lot going on. People have a lot going on in their lives. There's a lot of stress and anxiety. People working 2 or 3 jobs. I got 2 kids. That's basically like the only thing going on when you got little kids.
Talk about your necklace.
Yeah. My 4-year-old insisted that I wear this necklace on stage, so you can vouch for me that I did. He didn't charge me for this one. The last one cost me $20. I was telling him backstage. He told me, I made it with love, Dad, $20. He got the $20. Anyways, I digress. So the point is that, people are dealing with a lot, and we're also completely overwhelmed. I mean, every day we hear that basically the world's coming to an end. And it is a very disempowering narrative because the issues are so big and the challenges seem so great, and we're all just trying to get by in our own ways. And some, obviously dealing with a lot more than others. And so if we don't make these solutions easy for people, and we don't empower people to, make a better choice, but do it in a way that they can want to afford, and that is easy and fits into their lives and fits into their culture. And I think the panel earlier today talking about how these issues have to be deeply rooted and applicable in our culture is critical. If we don't do that, we will fail, point blank. We cannot ask everybody to be a passionate foodie climate warrior.
Right.
Like, if that's the bar we have to reach, this will not work, and the world will probably come to an end. So I think what's deeply embedded in Do Good and what we've been trying to build is how do you make this choice as absolutely easy as possible, so that we're not asking you to completely change your world. We're not asking you to eat a bunch of things you've never heard of or some crazy science experiment.
Yeah.
We're just saying, live the life you've lived, and if you just make a slightly different choice in terms of, the values that you're purchasing, you could help change the world. And that's like true. And honestly, the more people that join like the Do Good family, the bigger impact we can have. Because every bird that we sell has a big impact. And I think it's going to be those kind of solutions, both from a product standpoint, from a technology standpoint, and then all the, the incumbents and the retailers and all the larger manufacturers start to bring those solutions and just make it simple for people.
Yeah.
We can make a huge amount of progress in a relatively short amount of time. I think food is the area that we can make more progress on these issues than anywhere else, and actually holds solutions to solve these problems, unlike any other sector that we're dealing with. But if we don't make it easy for people, we're not going to get there.
Yeah, I want to ask you and Chef Tiffany, because you're both have experience cooking for folks and making sure that food tastes good. What's really important at the end of the day is that this is a good product. You can all address this too, but can we talk about that?
No, we don't want his opinion on that. We don't want his opinion on that. Keep it right here. Go ahead, Chef, if you want to start.
No, go ahead. You're doing great.
Well, I mean, look, if it doesn't taste good, who wants to eat that? I mean, like, I don't want a future that tastes bad. I don't want some, like, I mean, I don't want to disparage any ingredients, so I'm going to stop. I still have enough DC in me to know where to stop and not offend people unnecessarily. But no, the future has to be delicious. Like, the first reason we eat is to nourish ourselves, and the second reason we eat is for enjoyment, pleasure, to show love, to show who we are and who we're not. And being delicious is like just quintessential part of humanity. It's like one of the great achievements of humanity in my mind. And the future has to be delicious, or people are not going to want to come. We're not going to go somewhere if it's a dystopian future. You have to say, like, listen, not only can the future be much more sustainable, much more equitable, much healthier, but by the way, it tastes better.
Yeah.
And like, I think we have to show people that the future of good food tastes better than the food we're eating today. And I know that's absolutely true. Yeah. We just have to learn how to do it, learn how to embed these values and these techniques and these cultural insights that have been, with us for thousands of years, and just pull them forward in modern ways that I think can be a big unlock. But yeah, if it does not taste, I do a lot of work with startups as well. And it's like, that sounds great. I need to taste it.
Right.
Like, that all sounds perfect. But like, if people aren't going to buy it if it doesn't taste good. So simple as that.
That's great.
People won't buy it if it doesn't taste good, but people won't buy it also if they can't afford it. And
Sure.
so
Absolutely.
there's the other piece of this has to be affordable for all. Period.
Yeah.
For all. There are too many things that cost so much that the average person just can't afford, no matter how much they want to do good. But if you have to choose between putting food on the table for my family or choosing something for the environment that I know I can't afford, it's a really hard decision. And for some, it's not at all.
Right.
And so we have to make sure that in the startups, when we're talking about creating new products and doing good, that we make sure that it's accessible for everyone.
That's great. Justin, I mean, I think that's an important point. It's accessibility, it's affordability. The infrastructure that you're creating, that Do Good Foods is creating around the country, is going to help that. Can you talk about the infrastructure part?
Yeah, sure. So our whole goal is to solve food waste. That's the mission, and we can do so if if 1 out of every 5 pieces of chicken that we all ate was a Do Good chicken, we'd solve food waste in the next 5 years. So the whole background of the family is building infrastructure nationwide. So we've set up the Pennsylvania facility to now be able to be duplicated across every major metropolitan location. So every major city can now have one of these, I'll call it processing facilities, where we can upcycle all the food into the feed. And I think that's really powerful and impactful, that we as a consumer and we as an infrastructure platform can really sit here and say, we can solve food waste in 5 years, not the next 10 or 20 years.
Yeah.
I think that's important for us all to be aligned on the mission and the realization that we have to solve this. This isn't we hope to solve food waste in the next 20 years, but no, we need to solve this, because the reality of the systems is we're all screwed if we don't.
Right. These commitments by 2050 really mess with my head. That's too late. Go ahead, Sam.
Yeah, well, let's hold on that for a second. We can get back to it's too late in a second. It is on some levels, but we're still fighting for preventing complete catastrophe, and that is possible. Like, some of this is baked in, but we have a huge ability to mitigate the worst that we're facing. I think scale really does matter, and coming into the White House when I was 27 or 28, you really get a sense of like how big things are, how much people are really struggling, how little money people really have. And I think in the good food world, we've been too satisfied with like idealistic, perfect, small things. Now, I love, and I think those models have a real role to point us in the right direction, right? So it's not to say that there's like the bedrock of a lot of the next sort of phase of work has been built on people trying to figure out like where should we go and doing it in ways that are the highest integrity and sacrificing nothing, but also inherently then keeping scale minimized. But if we don't create solutions that are applicable to the majority of the population, we're just not having a big impact. Like, by definition, we're not having a big impact.
Yeah.
And so scale matters. And the only way we're really going to get costs to where we need to do is if you can get economies of scale. There's a reason, there is a benefit to that. Now, we can't externalize the cost of that, right? Those have to be embedded in whatever the system or company is. But that's critical. So, and that's been like at the core of what we've been trying to build. I do want to make one counterpoint though. So that is true, period, right? We have to get the pricing of, mission aligned oriented food, and there's no reason why it should be more expensive most of the time. On the other hand though, and there's to a point that was made earlier by you, sir, which I'm with you, but people look to food to solve all of society's problems. Like, the reality is, like, there's an income and wealth gap in the country. People are living below the poverty line at rates that are completely unacceptable. And food cannot solve that. There's also other policies that if you care about equitable food, people need to have enough money to buy food, period. And that's not something that any food company can solve. We got to hold leaders in Washington accountable. We need to build an economy that is much more equitable. And I think it's important for us to understand that if you care about good food and food justice, and then those issues should be addressed in our operations as well. And that you can't just expect that every company should figure out how to feed people with no resources. The argument should be like they need more resources.
Yeah.
And so I think if you come at it from both sides, that's ultimately how we can create a food system that is getting the best food to everybody. And both have to be true.
But the private sector has been ahead so much, compared to policy. How do we get them together? Justin, you look like you want to say something.
I think it's actually really on the economics for the supermarkets, for example. We're picking up all their food for free. So we're saving them tens of millions of dollars per year that drops immediately to their bottom line. So figuring out that mechanism to truly just say this is economically viable first and foremost, followed by sustainability. And then to Sam's point, how do we engage with the consumers to make it affordable and accessible to all?
Yeah.
That is real systematic change. And that's what we all have to drive towards, with the recognition that we got to do things with the environment and with the economy in hand. And a lot of these big retailers or food service providers are still inherently economically driven, which is what business is. That's just capitalism. Yeah. So we got to recognize the reality of that and then say, how do we actually fuel that to actually hopefully use some of our food system to solve some of the biggest environmental problems.
Absolutely. So go ahead.
One more thing. I think we also have to do a better job with education. There's so many consumers who have no clue what's really going on. I remember the first time that I heard that 40% of the food grown is wasted. What? How is that possible? The numbers just blow your mind when you start hearing it, and you almost can't help but jump on the bandwagon and say, what can I do to be a part of it? How can I help? One person, how can I help? How can my family help? And it's funny because you talk to people and you start talking about food waste, and the first thing they say is, I don't waste food. Oh, no, I don't waste food. No. I split portions, I shop for small amounts. I do all of these things, and often we have to break down how big of this process it is, right? And yes, we all do waste food, intentionally or unintentionally, it does happen. But I think education is one of the biggest things that we should be talking more about. Every person should know how they can
change, what they can do in their life, how what they're doing right now impacts the whole economy. And I think that if we did that, we would have more people aware and making better choices and understanding why they need to choose better products.
Yeah, that education piece is so important. It's important from like grade school on up. I mean, we need a lot of adults right now who need this education. We need a lot of young kids who can change their families' lives. It's really important. Go ahead.
The kids drive it. I mean, you see
Yeah.
time and time again where the kids are the ones going home and be like, can we have this salad? And parents are like, salad, you know? But
Right.
I've seen that so many times everywhere I've gone in every part of the country.
Haley Thomas.
Haley Thomas, who gave a rousing speech when she was like 9 to this giant health conference, and to this day has been changing people's lives. Like, you just watch how kids can drive different behaviors in the home. It's critical. They're going to drive a lot of this.
And just over COVID, I think the stats were 60% of people pre-COVID cared about the environment and cared about their purchasing as to what that would contribute to. The recent stat that I saw was close to 90% of consumers are raising their hand saying, what can I do to actually fight climate change with my food purchasing? So we're at a tipping point in the consumer's mindset that they truly do care and want to be a part of the solution.
Yeah, they understand that it's really a crisis. This is not just a change anymore. This is a crisis, and we need to get on it. Justin and Sam, I'm wondering how farmers that you're trying to work with and working with now are responding to this. This is a very different model from them going to the feed store that they used to go to.
Yeah, well, so we built this platform to solve a problem, right? And we came here with the whole notion of ESG is why we created this food company.
Explain ESG, just so everyone knows.
Environmental, social governance, right? Yeah, thank you. I screwed that up last panel. But the recognition that the entire supply chain truly does matter, and how we treat our farmers, how we treat the environment, and what we're actually providing to the consumers really does come from the heart. So we actually work with the farmers. We actually give them the feed for free. So they're actually making a better margin off of that. And the whole recognition that now they can be a part of this solution. If you talk about leftovers, I mean, everyone's used to taking our leftovers and feeding it to our chickens and pigs and pets out back. That's how we grew up on a farm. That's a more closed loop system. We're now just doing so at a large scale infrastructure level that can work with the largest retailers and the farmers. But creating that kind of back to the farm mechanism and linking that two together. So we're trying to kind of recreate this entire food system from the start, and the recognition that what we're then providing to the consumer can really be the gateway to hopefully even creating a better farming system for all the farmers.
Absolutely. Most people don't realize that we used to feed scraps to animals. That was how they ate. So it's like, it was such a good point.
And they grow healthier.
Right. Justin and Sam, how does this get to scale, though? How do you convince communities that this needs to be built? I mean, it goes back to policy, that the infrastructure needs to be there. And you're going to need some help from policymakers, local policymakers, federal policymakers, et cetera.
I mean, so having led food policy for 6 years in D.C., I mean, there's obviously a huge role for government to play on lots of levels. Obviously, schools is the main place. There's a bunch of key policy positions that the government needs to take, and there's a lot of work that needs to get done. I will say, though, like sitting in those seats, you realize that, though, the government doesn't buy a ton of food directly. It's like the military and some commodity programs. And for the most part, the food system is a private sector endeavor that is mostly shaped by our culture. And I think, so yes, there's things to do around the edges, I think, for the government, but the government's not going to solve this problem. It is way bigger than a policy solution. I think too often we just looked at like the government messed up the food system, it's the government's fault, it's the subsidies, if they would just change that, everything would be fine. The reality is like that's completely not true. There's no basis in fact to that narrative at all. It's bad policy, and there's plenty of bad policy, but that's not the unlock. The unlock is actually getting solutions to scale that can solve some of these challenges and meet unmet needs. And I think that's exactly what we're trying to do. So, I mean, when we launch, honestly, the one thing that needs to happen is like for a company like Do Good and all the other companies that are here who are trying to make a difference is like when they launch, go buy the product. Because then retailers are going to say, that thing is moving, that one's not, like, let's go with this one and scale it as fast as we can. Yeah. If that happens, everything is going to work out. We will be great. And the Krogers who have been leading on this are going to be great. And, you know, but if that doesn't happen, then Kroger's not going to carry the product, and then we'll be done. Right? It's pretty simple. So I think it's really more around rallying around brands and companies that are truly mission-driven, that are actually trying to solve the challenge, and support those companies across the whole supply chain that are doing the right thing. And you see, you know, from producers all the way through, everybody's ready to try to do a better job. And they're eager to get out of the kind of traps that they've been in and the sort of hamster wheels that they've been in the big systems that have been built. And they don't feel good about it.
Yeah.
And so I think we're right there. I think everything is aligning where mission and profitability are aligned in the food system around these challenges. And the growth and profitability will be driven by companies who are solving the biggest problems. And that's a beautiful moment that has not really been aligned. And I think it gives us an actual chance to make a tremendous amount of progress in the next 5, 10, 15 years. And now we just got to go hard, and we got to get people to support.
Yeah, Justin?
And I would say we're already at scale. I mean, we have a $170 million facility, 85,000 square foot building, and we just have to now go duplicate that.
Yeah.
So we're already citing the next 6 locations, many with our partners, as to where their food waste problems are the biggest. So we're putting this kind of on steroids and saying, okay, how quickly can we go?
Yeah.
Because we recognize that the demand is there. We'll be launching at over 1,000 retail locations kind of April, May, and June, and kind of really scaling across the country to really showcase that this is here, it's real, and we're still a small fraction of the overall just for chicken market alone. I mean, we as a consumers in the US consumed 9 billion chicken last year.
Yeah.
Each one of our production facilities is only creating enough feed for 25 million chicken per year, right? So we can go off and build 30 of these, solve food waste, and still be a small fraction of just one specific market, let alone when we start using our feed to start to do eggs and other opportunities within the market.
Absolutely.
Can I just say one other quick,
Yeah,
I mean, to an eye to that, I mean, I think part of what's powerful about what we've been able to do is to have a really clear, quantifiable, like, here is the impact of this product, very clear. And that's been largely missing from the system. That's why, like, what Planet Forward is doing is super important, and other companies that are building platforms that actually can quantify people's impact, show companies a way to reduce it, and then actually have communication around it. And like now, because people right now are confused. They go in the store, it's like, I mean, it's all natural to regenerative to God knows what else is. And nobody really knows, like, okay, what is the implication of what I'm buying? And so we have to do a much better job, and I think we've done a great job so far. We'll see when we're on shelf how good of it, how clear it is, about making sure people understand, like, the implication of their choice and help them make better, more informed decisions on shelf in purchase decision moments. And also use marketing, the power of marketing, not just education, to shift people's choice and make sure that they know, okay, I can feel really good about this. Like, this impact is also about love, happiness, and, you know, and sex, because that's what sells. And put those two pieces together. And I think that's been missing here, right? It's either been like very tree hugger, like save the world, but I don't really know what it is, or just marketing, like raw marketing of you know, poor food. Yeah. So that's what I think is coming, and I think that's what's going to help people be like, this is obviously a better choice. We've made it very clear why this product is a better choice than what else is on the shelf.
Chef Tiffany, I want to turn to you. I mean, food is obviously sexy, or it can be, not always. But it's such a powerful lever for change. And for the communities that your restaurants are in, how can you use your restaurants and the education that you're creating there to create this momentum, this movement?
I remember when we were starting out and I was becoming a little more vocal on what I believe. And
Really
I remember people saying, "You're just a chef, you know? Just go cook the food." And we hear that in a lot of different areas. But I realized how important it was that you understood the steps that we were taking. We're just not grabbing food, cooking something delicious, and it's on your plate. The amount of research that it takes to pick a product, the seasonality that we're doing, the farmers we're working with, the why behind it. And so at one point we were doing it all, but no one knew we were doing it. So then our consumers had no idea, right? So we wanted to make sure our guests understood the why behind it. And then also being able to tell the story. I grew up on a farm my family had, and I loved every moment of it. I realized certain things. I feel like we didn't have certain issues as much as we had now, right? You know, when my grandmother would take and she would grab all of the turnips, and then whatever we didn't eat, she would pickle them, she would preserve them. There would be all of these things that you can just pull from without all of the added sugar, without all of the product that it takes, and going to the stores and not knowing how long it's been there, not knowing where it's at. And so letting all of our guests know the why was very, very big for us. And then they would go somewhere else and they would say, okay, so where do you get your chicken from? Where do you get your salmon from? Where are these vegetables from? And so I think that sort of just started to click a little bit. And not always all my Texas folks truly grasp it. Remember, I'm a thoroughbred. And so some of them do, and that's okay. Yeah. We're here for the long haul. We're gonna make sure that we're here to answer the questions, to direct for the questions and the answers that I don't know, but I think that we have to tell the story.
Yeah, that storytelling is so important. So Justin, let me turn back to you. The storytelling of Do Good Foods and Do Good Chicken is so important. We saw the video, but how do you let consumers know? Like, what does the packaging look like? How do they know what they're getting?
Yeah, so we're using the most sustainable packaging. So first and foremost, so it's actually a D-PET packaging, so it's for your tray pack. But at the end of the day, we're trying to make it easy for consumers. So not only the animation video, but you'll see a lot of Instagram and TikTok and billboards and TV commercials coming to life. But at the end of the day, if it tastes the same and it's priced the same, and this one helps save the world, why wouldn't you do good? And just kind of really making that message. Where Do Good Chicken, okay, who knew saving the planet would be so delicious, right? So a lot of the point of sale units, do your part, toss your chicken in your cart. Just kind of making it easy and light, but yet recognizing that we all can be a part of the solution and part of that mission. And that's really what we're trying to build. We're all unified as a society to solve this problem. Yeah. And we're just a vehicle to do so and a mechanism at the retail shelf, and hopefully we can all get behind that.
Yeah, absolutely. Sam, any thoughts on storytelling? Like, this is a hard issue. I mean,
yeah. Look, I think, and it's been an ongoing conversation for years now as we sort of figure out how to position the brand. And we have to meet people where they are. Yeah. And we have to also remember why people eat. And, you know, we exist to try to solve a problem. That is literally why the company was founded. And why we've been slugging it out for years, trying to figure out, okay, how are the numbers going to work? How's the structure? What's the model going to look like? But so then we go out to consumers. We're like, is it passionate about, you know, reducing food waste and solving climate change as we are? And the answer is no. People are aware for the most part. The broader audience is aware and like trying to figure out, you know, how to do the right thing. Yeah. But is not starting with the same level of engagement. And if you beat somebody over the head with it and make them feel like they're actually not doing enough, or they make them feel bad about their role and everything, like you've been the problem, that's a great way to turn people off. So I think it's a real balance about making sure that we're telling stories that resonate, you know, in the context of people's lives, make sure they understand that we get what they're dealing with, that we understand why they're eating, which is first and foremost like delicious food for their family, that they can feel really good about. And like, you can trust us to do the hard work to figure out how to have the biggest impact as we possibly can. And you just know that, like, and we'll tell you everything. I mean, it's open door if you want to do the work, you know, want to do all the reading on the website and get into the details. You have to have transparency. But I think we have to be careful not to beat people up around, you know, like, the world's ending, like, eat this, you know, or we're all going to die. Like, that is not a great way to bring people along. And that's kind of where we've been at for a long time. And I think it's kept us pretty niche in terms of the scale that we're going to get. So it's a balancing act, and we debate it all the time.
But that's why our tagline is good for plate and planet, right? So you hit the consumer with, okay, not an antibiotic, 100% humanely raised, all of the standard claims that they're used to, and then you get to talk to them about how this is good for planet, and how your chickens are raised on a nutritious diet of surplus grocery food, and fighting food waste and combating climate change by this purchase.
That's great. Chef Tiffany, I want to end with you. Together with the James Beard Foundation, you released a really cool video series to help eaters address food waste. And I wonder what are some of your top tips for eaters and everyone in this room In addition to buying a product like Do Good Chicken, what else can consumers do? What do you want them to take away from this discussion?
Absolutely. I think we have to make a plan. Oftentimes when we aren't prepared, we fail. And so even in how we eat and how we shop, we have to make sure that we take that grocery list. We have to make sure that we're researching certain products and things that you see locally in your area. Figure out what works for you, what works for your family, what works for your budget, and just start there. Make a plan. I'm the leftover queen. Do something with your leftovers. I mean, they can be delicious. And so in the video, one of them was we had wilted greens. They were going, everybody knows, you put spinach, you buy some kale, they start to get a little bit softer. What do you do with that, right? Now, all of a sudden, we turn that into a little bit of wilted greens, or you make sure you throw it in soups. You do different things. You get creative in your own household, and I think it just starts with you.
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. I want to thank our panelists so much. This has been a really great conversation. Thank you all for being here.
Thank you.
Just stay right here for a photo. So I want to thank some additional sponsors. We have Good Work Austin, Refed, Mass Challenge, US Hunger, CTAHI, Common Threads, and of course the James Beard Foundation. Thank them all for sponsoring today's event. We're going to get a photo. We're also going to see a short video. Sorry.
Our ancestors saw the world end once. That whole life was gone. Now we're on the other side of the apocalypse.
The different wrongs that have been done to Native peoples are just so sickening.
I mean, they even had slogans like kill the Indian, save the man. That's genocide.
Millions of people all across the Americas systematically wiped out, starting here on the East Coast. That's the reason that we don't have that relationship with some of those traditional foods anymore. What's poppin'? I see onions.
Yeah, we have red onions, yellow onions.
Matcha, covered squash.
You ready?
We're salmon people. Like, what do we do if our salmon don't come back?
What I've come to understand is if we want to maintain our culture, then we have to have buffalo as a vital part of our communities.
What we're doing is reintroducing our young people to the land, the food, and our traditional ways of healing.
Working at the farm has brought a lot of healing to my life.
I've been clean 16 years, June now. I learned to heal through harvesting our traditional food.
We're celebrating Apache foodways in a kitchen that was built by Apaches for Apaches.
It's this movement among all indigenous people that they're listening, and it's like music. When you hear the drum, it's calling you, and it's Mother Earth, and Mother Earth's heart's beating, and she's talking to all of us that we need to do something.
Let's get inside first like that.
Before there was corn, I used to get this.
Oh, I'm so glad. Thank you. All right, we have a real treat. I am so honored. I'm going to get a little bit emotional. I'm so honored to be here with the members of the Memphis 7, a name given to a group of 7 employees fired from Starbucks in Memphis, Tennessee, following their efforts to unionize their store. We have a lot to unpack in this conversation, so I'm going to jump right into introductions, and if you could all just raise your hands when I say your name. I'm so pleased to introduce Nebretta Harden. Hi, Nebretta. Lakota McGlawn. Hi, Lakota. Kylie Throckmorton. Thanks, Kylie. Nikki Taylor. Hey there. Beto Sanchez. And Emma Warwell. Thank you all for being here. So we saw Cortland Harrison yesterday at the first day of our event talk about his efforts to unionize a Starbucks store in Buffalo, and sort of the efforts he went through that were very, very difficult. I'm wondering if you can all speak to the working conditions you encountered in your Starbucks in Memphis, and what motivated you to unionize?
So if you guys saw Cortland speak, one of the things was definitely pay. No seniority pay. We can barely afford one-bedroom apartments with the pay that we have in the Starbucks at Memphis. A lot of our partners were struggling, had to get roommates, had to get second jobs just to afford regular living or the cost of living versus eating, things like that. Definitely safety precautions. Not only is our building unsafe, I mean, we've had people hurt themselves falling because our tiles are out of whack or wires hanging, things like that. But also COVID precautions were little to none. We had our managers not doing their COVID check-ins. We had customers telling us they had COVID and coming to order. I worked for 2 days with a employee that tested positive for COVID, and I brought that home to my 8-year-old. So it's things like that that made it feel like we needed this union.
Oh, and there's definitely accountability as well. One of the biggest issues that we've had would be managers trying to enforce certain things upon us so that they wouldn't be following themselves. The COVID check-in would be an important thing because that's for liability. You know, whenever there is an incident in this place, that check-in tells you exactly who was where, at what time, on what day. If the managers themselves aren't following this and aren't following the same safety protocols and procedures that they're enforcing on us, then the point is moot at that point. It's putting us all in unnecessary danger. At this point, we've had so many incidents happen at our store, whether it's, you know, we've had customers threatening to hit us, you know, throw stuff at us, stab us, or just threatening our general safety. Our managers don't do anything. At this point, we've had to, I guess, trauma bond with each other, trying to see how much farther they can get until the managers decide to do something. And at this point, it was just silence. The biggest thing that Starbucks likes to do is protect their image more than they protected their employees. I mean, they have this image of being a very progressive, forward-leading company, but it is also simultaneously union-busting everywhere it can. Everywhere you see on Starbucks, it talks, you know, oh, we care about Black lives, we care about indigenous lives, we care about pride, we care about this, but whenever it actually comes to show what you got and what you actually care for, at the end of the day, they would rather fire Black, people of color, gay employees for unionizing and decide to pick whatever enforcements they'd like to, I guess, use against us for our terminations.
Absolutely. Can you talk about what it was like when you tried to start organizing and what the sort of response was?
So we started following the unionization process in Buffalo around September-ish. Our manager at the time was very much pushing for us to unionize and everything. We were watching the live stream of when they shut down the Buffalo stores and everything. So we started looking at our conditions, and we saw what was happening in Buffalo, and we decided this might be what's best for us. So we contacted the partners in Buffalo, and we got onto a Zoom call with them, Martin Luther King Jr. night, and we were talking about why we wanted to unionize and everything, and what the process was going to look like with filing our letter and everything. And towards the end of the session, the person we were talking to was just like, you know what? You guys are in Memphis, and it's Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. Day. Do you guys just want to file tonight and go public tonight? And we sat there for an extra hour writing our letter, and then the next day we printed our cards, got everybody to sign them within a couple of days, sent them out. And ever since we went public, we've been surveilled a lot, like people I never met coming into my store every day. We had a lot of customers come in. We had a lot of customers come in and belittle our baristas and try and threaten them and try and make them leave the store and make them feel unsafe to the point to where they wanted to quit. And a lot of our baristas are suffering significantly because they can't get enough hours to pay their bills or anything. And like Nikki said, a lot of our people right now are like, well, do we want to feed ourselves, or do we want to have a place to live or have electricity or heat or anything like that?
And there is significance in the day that we pick specifically. Memphis itself historically has been a union city for the longest time. Any part or job or discipline that you would be a part of would be a part of a union. At this point, I mean, corporations have taken advantage of the fact that a lot of the newer workers aren't realizing the benefits that they would have through unions, you know, depending on where you are. And that's part of the significance of this. We have members here whose own grandparents were marching along with Dr. Martin Luther King himself in Memphis. It's picking up where they left off at this point because, I mean, whether it was Kellogg's, whether it was the sanitation workers, there's a lot of union history. And being that we saw the Starbucks corporate Twitter account using Dr. Martin Luther King's quote just to market something, yeah. We thought it was pretty bad, and that's what I kind of pushed us to unionize that day.
Yeah, absolutely. What are the sort of union busting tactics that you've seen that have affected you the most?
Well, Memphis 7 was fired. So there's that. And we were used as a scare tactic to tell people across the world not to unionize. They say that we weren't fired for union efforts, but I've heard more than one store managers walking up to people trying to unionize, and their excuses, did you see what happened in Memphis? Don't be like the Memphis 7. Y'all don't want this. But again, we didn't get fired for union busting tactics. There's also the surveillance of store managers, support managers that aren't supporting anything but their anti-union propaganda. They've had what they want to call one-on-one meetings, which turn out to like 4-on-1 meetings, and it's managers from corporate, managers in store that are coming, and they are literally saying vote no to the union. They're telling that they're going to lose benefits. They're saying that they're going to lose their rights to certain things. That it's absolutely false information. They've taken down our pro-union posters and put up anti-union posters. Lots of scare tactics to get people to vote no or to quit. They also have flooded our stores with employees that they feel like are going to vote no. So when we were fired, we had 20 employees. 7 were fired. That took it down to 13. There are now 27 employees in that store. So they're trying to flood the store with new people who they think will vote no so that we won't get this unionization process through.
Yeah, they're just following a playbook for sure. But you all have been so amazing. You've been protesting outside the store. You're so inspired. Again, I'm gonna cry. And so can you talk about like the response you're getting from customers and how that looks?
Yeah, that's actually part of what's been helping us the most. Even since we've started with the picketing or protesting, the community has been our biggest help so far. The biggest tool Starbucks has used against us is misinformation. Every single time their spokesperson gives a quote to the media, they're always saying the same, very generic, they were fired for this policy. The reason we got fired is not why we got fired.
Yes.
My termination paper literally says I was fired because I had my mask off while off duty. As far as I'm concerned, if I'm off duty, it's never been something that's been forced upon customers. There's no mandate for us in our store. And that's probably what's been helping us the most. The customers see what we've been doing, and Starbucks wanted us to make these personal connections with these customers, and that's what's been kind of backfiring against Starbucks. Because the people who are our regulars, 8 a.m. every day getting our coffee, are now seeing that their favorite baristas were thrown out to the streets.
And they've been on the picket lines with us every day, in the cold, in the rain. They'll call us and be like, hey, I know it's 30 degrees outside, but we're out here picketing. Where are y'all? So our community support definitely in Memphis has been amazing. The community support, I mean, across the nation really has been awesome. I mean, we're getting inboxes to stay strong and solidarity every day, and it's what helps us get up and keep this fight, because we're not just fighting for ourselves. We're not even fighting for Starbucks. We're working for the working class, period.
Absolutely.
Because, of course, Starbucks is doing this to us, but we're not the only people doing this. So we're fighting for a better working class, period. I know personally, for me, I have an 8-year-old that if she has to be part of the working class, I want her to have better conditions. So I'm going to fight until we get that.
Exactly.
Bravo. What sort of advice would you give to consumers who are like regular Starbucks shoppers who want to go there but now are reconsidering it?
Okay, so it's always a choice. Like, we've gotten two divisions, like we've gotten two sides from the community. It's we're going to boycott Starbucks and support local coffee shops, which is a completely valid route, and I completely agree with that route. But if you do make the choice of going to Starbucks, go to a Starbucks that's unionizing. If you go on to Starbucks Workers United Twitter, they have all of the stores that are working towards unionizing. If you're gonna go into just any Starbucks you go into, support your baristas, ask them how their day is, be kind to them, tip really well, because a lot of baristas go through a lot of crap on a daily basis, and just a little human decency makes the day a lot shorter and a lot better. So definitely go in and be kind. Tell them that you support them if you go into a unionizing store. If you do like mobile orders, you can do like Union Yes or Union Strong. You can do anything like that, but definitely don't be afraid to go into Starbucks and show your support, because it sends the message to corporate that this is going to be a good thing for the workers, and it's going to be a good thing for the community, because unions are good and they help everybody in the long run.
Absolutely. Did you want to say something? One of the things that I love about this is that you're also young and you're also passionate. And I think so many of the Starbucks workers are young, but they don't know that they have power. And so my next question is advice to all of these stores across the nation, across the world, who want to have better working conditions and feel safe and feel confident in their jobs.
I mean, that's the important part that I guess is relevant in any industry. Coffee itself is an industry that's very ripe for unionization. We have not only the retail front, we have the supply chain front, we have the manufacturing front, we have the coffee farmers themselves that are all going underneath the same scrutiny under this company. I couldn't even imagine the conditions for the supply chain employees while COVID was happening, because while we were short-staffed with very little coverage, so were the distribution plants and factories that were sending us our deliveries. At this point, the important part is to remember that numbers is a very important game. There's always going to be more of us than there will be of the people that are in charge of us. What's helped us the most is the power in numbers, and that's probably what's been our biggest thing. I mean, when it was just the 7 of us outside the store, we were able to shut it down in the middle of the day, and now we have over 20, 30. We've even had enormous crowds outside of our store seeing what we're doing, and that's the important part, is getting eyes on it, seeing and recognizing the power between people. I mean, that's something that's prevalent in, I believe, every single industry, every single class, is to be able to recognize your power in numbers.
I would definitely say that the younger generation has a louder voice than most. I feel like we show up and show out. Well, I'm a little older than the rest of the people on this panel. But show out and show out. What I think is going to be a huge influence is a lot of the community spending that we have right now as young people. So definitely still have that voice. Be loud, be proud, don't be afraid. And if you are afraid, know that across the nation, solidarity is a thing, and it's been amazing. Like I said earlier, it's what's keeping everybody's going.
Absolutely. One of the Starbucks workers in Buffalo said, "I fight for love, for what I love." And you talk about what's motivating you all to keep going. It's not just to keep your lights on. It's not just to like make sure that you can buy groceries. It's so that every worker can do those things and have a good life.
Exactly, it's a selfless thing. Every single person, I've seen a lot of people telling me just to get a different job, get a better job. It's not about that at the end of the day. I could have left at any point I wanted to. The point is to be able to help every single worker that I can, because this is a story that's not new, whether it's corporations taking advantage of workers. This is happening everywhere in every industry, in every company.
Yes.
And the important part is to take that first step forward, whether you're by yourself or whether you're with your workers.
And I definitely stand here with 5 of my family members, and none of us are selfish to each other, so why would we be selfish to the world?
Exactly.
I love these people with my entire heart. It's been a fight, and they have been behind me the whole time. But like I said, we're not just fighting for each other. Like, we're gonna look back at this 10 years from now and know that the difference that's being made, we made that together. And I mean, like I said, that's another thing that keeps me going. There's 6 more Florentinos out right now, but having them by my side has been what's kept this fight, and us continue to tell each other we're doing something huge and we're gonna make a huge difference for the future. Like, I am super excited to work with these people to have that change.
What a beautiful point to end on. I want to thank all of you for being here. Let's give them a standing
Thank you
ovation,
so much.
please. Thank you so much.
Good job. Of course, yes.
Do you mind if I stand with you? I'm going to stand. One more. Thank you all so much. Thank you. Thank you for being here. Thank you so much. You can exit that way. Thank you so much. Let's give another round of applause to those brave workers. Amazing, amazing. After this short video, Dr. Sweta Chakraborty will moderate Arlen Hamilton, the founder of Backstage Capital. Again, thank you all so much.
There on the beach is this guy making a giant Fibonacci curve.
I started drawing in the sand in 1994. I made one fish about 15 feet long. I thought to myself, this is what I'm going to do for the rest of my life.
What he was doing in the art world is mind-blowing. I think the sand paintings are astonishing.
Part of the genius of Jim is just that original idea that he had. We cook dinner, we're gonna do it in the field, people are gonna come.
This wasn't farm to table, this was table at the farm.
That's the best.
Pair up some of the best chefs and then the farmers who actually grow the product. It's such a fun experience.
It makes people feel part of something larger than themselves and yet something very human and intimate.
A round of applause for Joan, outstanding in the field's favorite farmer.
This is about giving people unique experiences that matter. That's what these events do.
As he does more and more of it, I see that he's just amazingly good.
That's a very gracious gesture for an artist to make, to participate in the world that way, to make something that, in a sense, is not about ego. It's really about the thing in and of itself.
You, babe.
How much of that was on camera?
Hi.
Hello, everybody. Hello, Arlen.
Hey.
Welcome to Austin again.
Thank you. Who came for the bites? Yeah. All right.
The benefit of
That's what it
being
feels like.
at the Future Food at South by Southwest is all the food.
Yeah.
There's
it's
a
amazing.
lot of food.
It's amazing. I love what the team before us was doing. The Starbucks.
Yeah.
That's really cool.
So we are so thrilled to be here. Thank you all for being here, and thank you to those watching from home all around the world. This is Future Food South by Southwest, and I am so excited and have the pleasure of interviewing the amazing and humble Arlen Hamilton.
Thank you. Thank you. Thanks.
So Arlen might not need an introduction, but for those of you who might be encountering her for the first time, she built a venture capital fund from the ground up. She was homeless at the time. That's insane. Congratulations.
I attended South by Homeless in 2015.
She was at South by Homeless at 2015. Since then, she has $20 million under management. She's raised over 30, and I'm pretty sure this is the start of it all. This is just the beginning. So let's see how these numbers grow. Awesome, Arlen. Super excited to have this conversation with you to talk about how you did this and where it's going. And just to give you all, so I'm here too. My name is Shetta, pronounced Shetta, even though it's spelled with a W. And thank you to all who make an effort to get that right, but I do not get offended. It's only my parents to blame for that. I am a behavioral scientist, and I do a lot of media around climate and how we really need to start changing perceptions and getting people to behave in a way that's more aligned to the science so we can live on a safer, more equitable, breathable planet. So that's what I do. So, first and foremost...
That's pretty cool.
First and foremost, we gotta address the elephant in the room. The elephant in the room is that as amazing and cool as Arlen is, there's somebody that's cooler here.
many people.
One person in particular. We like to call her Mrs. Sims, even though Arlen calls her Mother.
It's my mother's 73rd birthday today, and she's spending it with us right now. Yes. And that filmmaker right there is my brother.
The whole family's here. Yeah. Entourage, love it. You can't be sans entourage. Got to bring everybody with you, and that's something that's so unique about you. And in fact, that's a good segue to my first question for you. I learned from you this morning that nobody can tell you to tone it down. You will not let anybody tell you that you can't talk about something, except Mrs. Sims.
That's right.
So tell me a little bit about the relationship with your mom and how she's influenced your career thus far.
Oh, well, as I mentioned moments ago, you know, you talk about entourage, talk about, you know, rolling deep and all that. Always going to have mom with me because she was with me when I was in that car trying to attend South by to raise the first part of that fund. She was with me in the car, sleeping overnight. And so she's going to be with me at the Four Seasons and the this and the that. You know what I'm saying? So very much so has influenced. You know, we argue every day. It was her birthday this morning, so I called to argue with her because that's my gift. Yep. The sky is blue. No, it's not. But, you know, I think all the cool things I like about myself that have to do with having a personality of being strong and opinionated and all of that, I think, you know, I joke with my mom about it, but I do think that that's where I get it from, and that's served me well so far. You know?
You're changing the game. You are a rare person in this space. Talk to us a little bit about the stats right now of what it is to be a VC and how you walk into a room and heads turn because it's so rare to see a woman of color and a woman who is LGBTQ.
Yes, in those rooms and other rooms. Well, so, I mean, thankfully, things are better than they were a few years ago. They're getting better every year. In some ways, definitely some ways they're not. But generally, at any given time, you can assume that about 90% of venture funding and angel investing is going to white men in this country. And as much as I adore them, got a few in our entourage, they only make up a third of the country. So doesn't make sense, right? It's every gift that I want to put in, right, and make it make sense. And so that's what I learned about 10 years ago, that stat. It's changed, it's ebbed and flowed, but think about everyone who is not a straight white man. Everyone else is sharing 10%, or give or take. So that is, on itself, in itself doesn't make sense. And I've been in rooms where there have been dozens and dozens and dozens of black and brown investors, VCs, who are unsung, who are doing the work. We exist, but often when we're not in those rooms together, when we're out where there are thousands of others, we are the only or a few. And, you know, I don't always just want to talk about what's wrong, what can be fixed. I think there's an opportunity to really highlight what's gotten better and, you know, just kind of rooms like this. I mean, to be frank with you, when I did attend South Bys in the past, you know, pre-2019, rooms didn't look like this. Yeah. And I think anybody who's been here more than 1 year understands that, even with the 2-year gap. So it's that I think we should always make sure that we don't lose sight of the fact that these statistics are stark, but we should also like celebrate the fact that we didn't wait around for somebody to make it better. We've been making it better.
Well, you're applying science, whether you even realize it or not here. Okay. You are the investor, and you're getting these funds to those women and other founders that wouldn't have the opportunity otherwise. You look like them, and they look like you. And so that's
and we're cute, aren't we? Thank goodness.
And that's actually entrenched in science. We need more representation to actually be able to get those who have been disenfranchised, historically underrepresented to actually have those opportunities. Otherwise, they're just not going to have those opportunities. So you're doing it. You're applying the stats that we know will work, that will actually bring more women leaders to the boardrooms and actually allow them to create that generational wealth that you speak to. So that is absolutely awesome. You are leading. You have the support of the science community behind you there.
Awesome. Can you go back to my high school and have a word with any of my science teachers? I don't know if you're allowed to curse in high school as a teacher, but they all found a way when it came to my work there.
Well, I mean, I imagine you would curse right back if they told you to tone anything down.
No, I'm a very respectful person. I don't know how to curse, Mother. Never cursed a day in my life.
You're doing something really right, and what I that's a curse word. Who knows nowadays? You are doing something so right, and what I love about you is you stick to your values. You have your convictions. You are unapologetic about it. You lead with it. So what is it that you look for when you're trying to identify and prioritize investments? What's important to you?
I'm looking for, it evolves over time. And I'm very happy to say, half this room is our team. So raise your hand if you're at Backstage Capital. Is Backstage here? Yeah, a couple backstage. Yeah, we got Runner in the house too. Yes. So at Backstage, what I'm happy to say is that everybody at Backstage has a voice and has a way to if they're not a check writer, they can bring a deal to the table. So it is about, my phone is ringing, I'm gonna turn that off because that's annoying.
It's okay, your mom has 4 phones.
She literally has 4 phones.
And they were all going off this morning at the same time, 4.
She has 3 cell phones and 1 watch that tells her when one of them is ringing. And she was on them all morning. Okay, anyway. It's not a judgment, it's just, it's incredible. I can't even get one watch to be on time. I'm looking for today, the first 200 investments, right? Was looking for a spark, looking for a potential, looking for something that was maybe not seen to the naked eye. All of those things and I'm still looking for that. It's like this spark you see. But I'm also now looking, and this has a lot to do with what we're talking about here, I'm now looking at things that I have this measurement if it would take me a decade or more to figure out on my own and do myself, because I'm an executor, right? If it would take me a decade or more to put the team together, make it happen, I don't have that sort of, none of us have that sort of time to change gears, over 100 different companies. So if you can come to me and say, I'm working on this, and I can look at it and say, would it take me a decade or more to figure this out? If it would, if I pour money or time and energy into you, I'm catalyzing your work. I get to live through you, and there's an impact that's there, and I mean that also, in a capitalistic way.
Yeah, that's incredible. And so you're finding a lot of really innovative ideas coming your way. Tell us a little bit about some of the companies or the founders you're excited about. Specifically, we're here at Future Food South by Southwest.
Yeah.
And there's some food companies that you're looking at too, right?
We have some amazing food companies. Journey Foods is one that comes to mind. Rihanna is she here? She's Austin-based now, and they're working on, have been for years, the data science of food and being able to provide that data science and the information to other companies so they can make better decisions about sustainability. And that was when we invested in really early years ago. And it's just a brilliant, anybody met Rihanna? Just a brilliant Black queer woman, and just being overlooked for so long. Now it's just obvious, but that's the type of thing we like to invest in. Gooder's another one that comes to mind. Jasmine Crow, I think she's in Atlanta. She just had yesterday a food drive where she gave away 7 to 10 days worth of food to people of Austin in the cold. Y'all know how cold it was yesterday. I know Russ was here, he was volunteering. Thank you, Russ, for doing that.
That was not okay. The cold.
The cold,
yeah,
yes.
The cold. The volunteering's great.
Russ, what were you thinking? Yes, and what their company does is they go into airports, sports arenas, other corporations who are throwing away tons of food every year. They go in each night, pick up that food, distribute it and get it where it needs to go.
That's
so
incredible.
it doesn't go to waste. Doing it as a for-profit company that is sustainable as well. So, you know, and you know, she's just killing it. And it's the same thing though. It's the same. I saw her speak 2018, and I was like, I needed her to be my life coach. If you ever see this woman talk, I'm like, why is she not inundated with funding and resources? Why does she have to explain herself?
Right.
That's why Backstage exists.
Yeah, that's awesome. That is so cool. And these are the kinds of companies that really fit that criteria of yours that you, I mean, if you took the time and directed your energy, you could do it, right? But you are serving founders who are doing it, who are turning these ideas into reality, and they couldn't be more necessary. We're gonna have 10 billion people on the planet in the next 30 years. We have to feed, we have to double our food production, and we have to somehow do this sustainably while the planet is warming. So these are the companies that are really addressing the great global challenges we're all
Can
facing.
I ask you something that's off, because we didn't prepare for this? Yesterday's how cold it was. I've never been to a South by that was that cold. Does that have something to do with global warming?
Any sort of extreme temperature variations that we're seeing is because the global average temperature is warming. And because of that, we're gonna see more extreme weather events, and we're gonna see real variations in temperature. Texas had a freeze, and this year, and of course we remember what happened last year, and it was really not prepared for that kind of winter weather.
Yeah.
And so that's what we can anticipate with the planet
I mean,
warming.
so it's half silly, but it's mostly serious, right? If you came from out of town, you didn't pack for freezing weather because it's Austin, it's South by, you're used to the barbecues, and this is really affecting us right now. Like, I'll be honest, when they say, you know, your grandchildren may have to start, I'm like, I ain't gonna have any grandchildren, we're good, you know, go for it. I'm kidding. But, but
Mrs. Sims.
yeah, we've talked about it, it's okay. But the thing is, if that doesn't compel you, like, it's wonderful to think of people afterwards, and that I do. That's why I'm doing the work that I'm doing.
Yeah.
But if that doesn't compel you, think about yesterday, how cold and windy it was in March in Texas. This is happening. It's happening, and we can do something
You're a
about it.
behavioral scientist again. No, seriously though, if finding the right messaging that resonates with who you're trying to motivate, so they change their behavior or they support some policy, that's behavioral science. How do we communicate?
Boom. Man, can we go back to, everybody, let's go back to my high school. Road trip it, it's in Dallas, we can road trip it.
So food resilience, right, as a issue related to the planet warming. Food security is a big issue. We know that we need to still be able to sustainably and nutritiously feed the people on the planet currently, and of course, well into the future. So how do you think about food security, especially the inequity that exists in the United States and globally? How can we start thinking about where VCs and money managers generally can really lift some serious muscle together and create innovation in this space?
Yeah, so I'm not an expert in this space, but I can tell you I'm an expert in being hungry. I'm serious. I'm an expert. I've had food insecurity for 85% of my life. And before I was 35, and things started turning around, I'm 41 now. And so I know what it's like to go to bed hungry. I know what it's like, how it affects you at school, how it affects, I think a lot of people in this room know, and you wouldn't expect it, you know? You don't know who you're talking to. You don't know what people have been through. And so I think the whole system of venture capital is a really big story. You know, it's a whole other world, getting them to figure a lot of things out. But I think if they can, if it doesn't take all of them, that's first thing. It also takes changing the face of venture. Because I don't spend a lot of time trying to convince people who don't agree with me. I try to find my people and reinforce their behaviors. I guess that's what we're doing here. And because we're stronger than we think, right? And we get together. So I think that it's about, like, I was going to say, the more VCs can meet people and have that human connection and know what they're fighting for, that's one thing. But I don't know if that would be my personal way of doing it. But if we can just educate me, like, I need to know more. Can we educate the investors who are who care about this, of all stripes, who care about this, and take it even further? Think about the company I talked about earlier, Gooder. I mean, that's an amazing company. How many people would invest in that company right now if they could, right? So this, to me, like the crowd, investing, angel investors, you know, people wanting to support that. It's GOODR, so look it up. The way you support it is you go check it out, you retweet, you do all of that, it's for free. They shouldn't have to beg for scraps.
Right.
To do the work they're doing. Because on top of all of the good it's doing, they're making millions of dollars a year. They're a viable company. Right. And, you know, I'm not going to try to wake up venture capitalists who don't get that, but you know, we have to figure something out.
Shareholders will be happy. The bottom line will, you know,
I think
succeed.
That's why I try to stay. That's why we at Backstage we coined underestimated over underrepresented, because I'm trying to get us away from this idea of as soon as you think about diversity, you're thinking about down and out. You're thinking about people that you're helping. It's a charity. I mean, the work that the companies in our portfolio who work on food sustainability and others do is for the world.
Right.
It's for every single person. So I guess we could tell the VCs that their caviar is going to go bad if they don't figure it out. Like, we got to speak to them, you know.
And there's so much untapped potential here. That's the thing. Yeah. We are just like at the tip of the iceberg in terms of unleashing the power of different perspectives from women, from historically disenfranchised groups that need to be part of the solution.
And they are. There's so many who are building companies right now.
Right.
It's not like there's a lot of seed work to do, for sure. But there's stuff happening right now in our backyards, cities across the country, across the world, that are just not being seen. So we're just trying to pull them to the forefront.
That's awesome. And for you, it's really important to hire and make sure that you're hiring a diverse group of people as well. Let's talk a little bit about that. Why is that so core to your values?
I mean, we just fly. Like, again, raise your hand if you're a backstage or runner. Like, look how fly these people are. Like, how are you not gonna want to be around them? You know what I mean?
Tell us about Runner. Tell us about Runner.
Runner is fractional operations talent matched with inclusive companies. So it's like a staffing agency or a temp agency, but brought into the future. And very excited about it. And you can go to hirerunner.co to check it out. And it's, you know, there's I don't know if anybody saw this on Twitter, probably my team only, but a few days ago there was an announcement about this new crypto fund at a big fund. And there's like 7 guys, first of all, just 7 guys, first of all, 2022. And then I think there were 2 of them that they just photoshopped a few times. They really, really were wearing the same clothing. They're I'm gonna be serious. I'm really serious. They're individual people, and in each of them, they became a meme, but they're individual people, and I will say that. But for someone to allow that photograph to be celebrated on International Women's Day, I think it was, to say, oh, this is cool, let's do it. I mean, it was to the point where they were superimposing like Kohl's and J. Crew things on it. So I replied to that, because I don't know these people from Adam, although I think all of their name was Adam. I replied to that and just said, hey, you know, who am I to judge? And then I showed a picture of our Backstage Capital crew.
Yeah.
Diverse team. And I said, oh, well, maybe it was just a fluke. Maybe we just did it one time. Showed a picture of the Hire Runner crew, diverse team. And it's just rich, you know, it's rich, and we're all going to be rich with it, right? Like, it's rich tapestry in the execution of it. You have all kinds of opinions, points of view. It's truly diverse, right? Because people like to use the diversity of thinking is enough. We have that too.
Yeah.
And then you have a standard, a very high standard at both companies that I appreciate for quality and for integrity. And it's fun. Like, every time we see each other, we've been seeing each other, like, I just saw y'all last night, we saw you today, hugging, and it's just like, we just like being around each other.
Is there room for another woman of color?
Please. Yes.
I'm kidding. In case the founder of our company is watching, I'm still here.
You could be there's things you could do with both, because we definitely need. Yeah, I mean, it's just, how many times have you gone to somebody's, like you've liked the company, like product, and you're like, man, I want to work there. But you've gone to their page, their About Me page, and you see a page that kind of tells you, oh, I would be like the first this or the only, and hey, I am guilty of it too. It's not like we have every single person represented, and you can only have one and that's enough. Like, we need to do better too. But it really does invite people when you show them what you're attempting, that you've made a really concerted effort to do it.
Absolutely. And we need that. I mean, I think I've said this twice already, just in this segment, but there's science to support the need for diversity so we can actually contribute all these different perspectives and find those innovative solutions, because we need them to overcome some of the biggest global crises that are coming our way that we're already witnessing. Climate change and its many impacts, food insecurity. This requires diverse perspectives. So everything you're doing, it's excellent, it's aligned to your values, it feels good, all of those things, but it's also necessary. It is important, and it will help the business bottom line. We just need to remember that.
Yeah.
That's amazing. All right, so you did
You're hired.
Ingmar, I swear I still work with you. So we don't have time.
Bring Ingmar along.
He's in Stockholm, Sweden. That's where we're broadcasting this from. So we don't have time as the media partner here, and we are getting a global audience, so we're super excited about that. And one thing they might not be as familiar with that we'd love for you to explain is, what loophole did you find in the regulations that allowed you to create this new model of bringing in more people into the VC space?
Oh,
It's fascinating.
So I don't know if a loophole is, I think it was hacking a little bit. So we, in 2021, about a year ago actually, right now, we at Backstage raised $5 million in 8 days for the operations of our company. And so the way that venture works, if anybody doesn't know, for the most part is however much money you have under management, meaning how much you've raised and like total, you get about 2% of that per year paid out. And that's what you use for all your overhead, your expenses, and everything else. So like to go from being homeless, sleeping on the floor, sleeping in a car, to raising 20 million plus, raising another 30 now.
What are your digs like now?
Oh, they're cool. They're cool. But to go from that is, first, it's wonderful. I'm not gonna like minimize that. But it's a drop in the bucket with venture. So for us, our assets under management have never been enough to really take care of the team. That's this amazing team. And so it's been just like, figuring out like a startup, runway. So it was November, December of 2020. I've had just about enough of everything at that point. And I was kind of tired of waiting around for institutional money to get us. And I knew that you could crowdfund for a company, but you couldn't crowdfund for a fund just yet, unless you kind of did a lot of work that we didn't know how to do. So I worked with our legal team and with Republic, which is the platform that we use. You can use any kind of platform for crowdfunding. And I said, okay, we have this problem of runway, but at the same time, this is my life's work. I believe that it will be valuable. It's valuable today. I believe it'll be even more valuable. Whenever I get any extra money, I pour it into this company. And even when it's not extra. So I said, with enough education, with enough transparency, I think we could have thousands of people invested in Backstage and feel very comfortable with that. It's a lot of responsibility, but I think, like I said, with a lot of explanation, education, I feel comfortable doing that. So in March of 2021, we raised $5 million in 8 days from about 6,500 people. So now 6,500 people share the same upside. If we have events, which we already have started, they share in that with the team. And the team itself shares in it with the partners, and usually in venture capital, that's not the case.
Right. That's awesome. You just taught me something. The
Cool.
scientist does not understand
Yeah.
finance whatsoever.
Yeah.
So here we are. They chose me to interview you, though. So
Yeah. Yeah,
thank you.
goes
No,
both
thank
ways.
you. That's great. And so, what are your hopes for the future now? What are we looking to see Backstage do, Runner do? What can we get excited about? What can you tell us that nobody knows yet? I promised you I
Oh.
wouldn't be that provocative, but that's the
What
one.
can I tell you that nobody knows? Well, you said it's being filmed, so I don't know if I can say much. But I can just tell you that I was recently interviewed by Time, and they asked me where I saw myself in 5 years. And I said that I would be one of the top 10 richest black women in the country with Beyonce, Rihanna, Nim. We're friendly, we say Nim. And I believe, the reason I was able to say that without somebody coming up and punching me in the face and being like, oh, who do you think you are? Is because if there's upside for Backstage, if there's upside for Runner, I plan on making it so that at least 10,000 people benefit from that. So for instance, at Runner, anyone who's on the talent side, which would normally be considered like gig economy, they're W-2, and they're going to have upside with us if we have an exit. So maybe another company wouldn't have done that. I'm not going to shout them out, but any kind of gig economy stuff, if they have an IPO, or if they exit, get acquired, those types of things, usually the person who's like that end user is not getting a bonus. We're making it from day one that they will. Because I want thousands and thousands of people to directly benefit from anything that I do, and then hopefully that means that millions will be impacted by it.
This is why, yes, seriously, this is why we're sharing your story, truly, because you've lived it. You've had that lived experience of how hard it was, and you recognize that everybody wins if you can lift as many boats with the tide, right? So I think I said that analogy, right? You're that analogy.
Yeah, that's why we roll deep. Like, it's not just because, we want to just kind of party. It's what's the use of having anything if we're not able to share it? Like, my favorite investors are crowd investors, angel investors, right? I became a venture capitalist so I could become an angel investor, so I could make enough to become my own investor, right? And I think that's our future, because when everybody raised their hand to say, I would invest in Gooder or this other company, that's power. That's power. It shouldn't be one guy over there or one woman over there who has all this power. I think some singer said that, some rapper said that at one point. But it shouldn't be just in the hands of a select few, because they're not going to get all of it. They're going to get some of it and understand some of it, but they're not speaking to all of us.
Yeah.
So even I don't think that I should, people talk about like sending me deal flow because I'm recognizable in that way. There are like dozens and dozens of funds that are now built by black women and by people of color and LGBTQ investors. I just want to spotlight them as much as possible.
So let's say you are a founder or a potential founder in some of these areas of interest that you have. How do they reach Arlen? How do we get to your desk and say, here's something we think might be interesting for you?
I have a couple answers to that. First, it reminds me, I want to give everybody, as many as we can, I don't know if it's everybody, but I want to give people who don't have my book, It's About Damn Time, this is the name of it. We have some copies, some free copies for you. Do you know where that is? Yeah, Chacho and Diane. Yeah, that's awesome. Okay, there's some copies back there, so please grab that. It tells my story. It also is like, there's an FAQ at the back that tells you all about being an investor, being an entrepreneur. Also, this is the first time I'm remembering to do this on stage. I'm so excited. If you go to Arlen's Academy, ARLANS Academy.com, there are 20 or so experts on there. There's hundreds of hours of curriculum. It's free right now. It was paid. It is free right now, powered by Runner. And I've watched every single video. Before I put it on, I watch every video, and it's amazing content, including my own, I will say that. But it's amazing content, so I want you to really take advantage of it. Arlen's Academy, don't just take advantage of it for yourself, but send it to somebody that you know or who you know will benefit from it. And like if you go speak at schools, if you know people, everybody can benefit from it.
That's awesome. And for those of you who are tuning in and watching on your devices, you can check out the website and order the book online.
Absolutely, yeah. You can order the book online for sure, for sure.
And so so this has been an incredibly inspiring conversation to those who are already working in food security, food resilience, other impacts of climate that require innovation. So this is something you obviously care about because you're on this stage as well. We're at Future of Food, South by Southwest. So how do you speak to companies that are launching and thinking about being sustainable as they get their operations underway? Because there's no future here where business operations are going to be not able to run with the ethos of without the ethos of sustainability. And so is that something that would be important for you to see as well as part of a business plan?
Absolutely. When I talked about the decades-long, that's how I look at it from the lens, that's what I'm talking about. I'm talking about things that a lot of it falls into this category that's going to be more interesting to me. The things that are world-changing, game-changing, very visionary. And when it comes to like every company being able to do that, I don't know, do you have a book? Do you have a website?
Yes.
Please tell us what that is, because I think a lot of it has to do with education. Because I wouldn't know, half the stuff that you know, obviously more than that, right? I wouldn't know what you know, but I feel like I talk about becoming the asset when you don't have money, because money attracts money. So you become money by taking in information. Nobody can take that from you. So if you have information that you can share, I think that's a really cool way to start. Because we can't just do stuff overnight, right? We got to get that spark and then go from there.
Yeah. For those of you who are interested in exploring business ventures and would like the support of the business community behind you, go to wedon'thavetime.org. It's a free tool completely to download and use, and it connects you immediately to other startups, to other multinationals, every business along their journey that is attempting to make their operations more sustainable within the company, but then across the value chain, and ultimately to inspire climate action through society. You can't just keep all of this good climate action to yourself. That's climate hushing. We need to communicate what we're doing, our good climate action, and that's how we're gonna really see societal overhaul towards a healthier, more equitable planet.
Amazing, thank you.
No, thank you. We have 45 seconds left. I would love, Arlen, for you to maybe shout out your mom one more time.
Hey,
it's her
Mom.
73rd
It's her
birthday.
Are we gonna sing? Let's do it real quick. And they have like a little thing they're gonna do, like the Sandman on the Apollo. So I'm real scared right now. So I don't know if we won't sing right now. We'll just kind of head out. But say hello to my mom. Grab a book after this lovely panel happens, and I'll see you out there. Bye, everybody.
Thank you, everyone.
That was. Come here this way, thanks. That's okay. Thank you. Let's give another round of applause to that amazing panel. Thank you so much. Please have a seat. Everyone, if you could please sit down, please take your seats. We have a really fun conversation coming up that I'm really excited about and have been waiting for a long time.
Hi, everyone.
Everyone, please take your seats. We're going to watch, before we begin the discussion, a short video of the new series by Adrian Grenier called Earth Speed. It's on News Television.
I had thought I'd made it. I did all the things that society told me I should do, and there was just something that was missing. I had to find out why I wasn't satisfied, why I was deeply unsatisfied, and then go through the process of letting go of all the things that I thought I was. I had to totally transform myself in order to heal myself. And now I surround myself with people who I believe can change the world for the better. It is my mission to evolve our relationship to money and value. As an investor, I look to back up founders that create positive change by focusing on the things that are vital. And together, we can create a yield beyond money. If you get to know me, you'll know my heart, my spirit, my passion for nature. My philosophy is we live at the speed of Earth, Earth speed.
Woo! Let's give it a round of applause. Really great trailer, really great series. I suggest you all watch it. You can find it on YouTube. I want to introduce the late, great Adrian Grenier, who's a little later than I expected today.
Touche.
As an investor, Adrian has backed companies and entrepreneurs that he believes can change the world for the better. He and Bob Manuzzi run DuContra Ventures, where they invest and empower founders and investors by creating systems and tools to amplify the positive benefits of their work together. It's really a revolutionary way of thinking of how investment and finance can work together in the food sector and other verticals, and we'll get into more of that later. As an activist and advocate, Adrian has founded the Lonely Whale Foundation. It's dedicated to bringing people closer to the world's oceans through education and awareness, inspiring empathy and action for ocean health and the well-being of marine wildlife. Adrian is also a UN ambassador, where he helped the UN Environment Program launch their Clean Seas project, and he is the creator of the documentary series Earthspeed, which we just saw the trailer of, where he tells stories of inspiring founders who are looking to solve real-world problems. And so I'm so excited that you could be here. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
So I want to get into this really incredible journey that you've taken from being, an incredible Hollywood star, and now you're a farmer and an investor and doing all of these really different things, and how you started your career.
Thank you. Well, before we start, can I just say how happy I am that we are here, IRL. It has been, I'm so glad that this isn't a Zoom situation. That being said, man, I have a little bit of the jitters. I'm a little bit nervous. It's been like a long time since I've been in front of people. So I'm just acknowledging that. I'm acknowledging you, and I'm very happy to be here. The question was my journey. Oh, it's such a long story, but in a nutshell, I guess like many of us, partly because of the pandemic, I was given an opportunity to be with myself, and have to, and in those moments, face like who I was and what I was doing, and the addictions that I had towards all of the lifestyle that I'd grown accustomed to. I'd constructed almost this lifestyle in which I could always find dopamine hits throughout the day, and it was exciting, and I was all over the world. But then when I sat there with myself alone, there was this pit, this dread. And I've realized that I was totally disconnected. I was flying high, and I was ungrounded. And through a few years, a couple years at least, two or 3 years of deep inner spiritual work, I came to realize I needed to totally shed the ego identity that I'd created for 20 years. Even though I was getting a lot of accolades and rewarded for it in the commercial world, on the spiritual level, I was really lacking. And that's when I just started to do the real hard work of coming back to self and spirit and ultimately earth.
That's great. Facing yourself is like the most difficult journey you can take. You really have to look in deep. And I wonder, you said it took a few years, but it's a lifelong journey.
Yeah, I mean, it's and also without the proper role models, you're sort of inventing it yourself. You're figuring it out yourself, and I had to start to surround myself with people I had to find myself surrounding myself with new people that were doing things differently, and surrounding myself with men who were embodying a different type of masculinity. And I had to say no for the first time in my life to bad behavior or mischievous behavior, or the social group, the friends group that didn't have my best interests in mind.
We were talking earlier about the need for role models in this space, and I think that's so important. Just really acknowledge and then follow, because it will change your life. I want to turn now to Earthspeed, which is the YouTube series you just launched, which is really incredible. And when I've been watching, I've noticed that there's this narrative arc that you follow where you sort of explore a specific philosophy like permaculture. and then highlight a mission-driven company that you're investing in. But I want to start with the name Earthspeed because I really love it. I think it's so important to run your life at Earthspeed.
Earthspeed came to me, it didn't come to me, it was presented to me through my permaculture teacher. I'm permaculture certified, and at some point, during the course, he's mentioned, it's kind of like at Earthspeed, it's at like the pace of Earth. And that just struck me. I was like, if we can get into the cycles and the flows and the rhythm of nature, and it's not necessarily fast. I mean, it spins pretty fast, but it's both as slow and as fast as it needs to be to accomplish the goal. And nothing's better than nature than accomplishing all of this wonder, and it does it at the right moment, in the right time. And so I started to think of myself as part of nature. Like, what do I do as a servant, as an emergent being of nature, and how am I serving that spirit by being in that cadence? So the slogan is in the cadence, a lifestyle in the cadence of nature. And that's what it is. It's how I live every day. It's the way I wake up and the way I approach my days. And that's what it is. It's like all these lifestyle platforms that want you to consume more or, pump up your ego, to have the material goods to make you feel like you're relevant. But this is a different kind of lifestyle. It's a lifestyle that's heart-centered, nature-based, and community-centered as well.
Absolutely, and so much of what we've been doing over the last 50 or 60 years has not been at Earthspeed. It's been at a very different speed.
Yeah, I mean, and to a fault, I guess sometimes I'm trying to find the balance between living at Earthspeed and also being in the real world. You guys didn't notice because the team here is so awesome and they accommodated me, but I was an hour late today because I was literally in the garden and I was, doing things that I was present for. And I was like, wait, oh no, there's someone, is there a ring? And then I have my phone, oh, I'm late. So I'm finding the balance, and that's partly what, the show is how do you strike the balance between living in connection and then also being out in the world. So yes, to your point, we explore big ideas. So there's 3 categories: seed, soil, citizen. So seed, like the ideas, like what are these big ideas? So we bring in thought leaders to come in and like paint what's possible. And then we have business people who are entrepreneurs creating the businesses that expand, that scale these ideas out in the world. And then also just how are we living together as citizens? Like, how are we contributing to one another in community?
That's great. That's great. I want to talk about something you mentioned in Earthspeed, which is this desire to bring stories from the land. And I want to know what that means for you.
Yeah, you called me a farmer, and I appreciate that, but I don't think I deserve the title quite yet. I feel like I'm an apprentice. I'm an apprentice of what it means to live in harmony with nature as a servant of the land. And I now I hang out with other farmers, and I have a tremendous respect for what they do. And so what does it mean to tell stories of the land? It means to first listen, that's the first step, and really take account, like see what's happening, see what's naturally flowing. In permaculture, it's, you design from patterns to details, which means you first look at how things are operating, what naturally wants to happen, and then you come in and work with that natural flow. Because our instinct as, the colonialist mentality, the imperialist ego of humanity has always come and imposed its will on nature and wanted to control nature, and as opposed to working with it. And that's when you get, herbicides and pesticides and monocropping, because it's about control as opposed to being in flow with nature. So stories of the land are many, and it starts with just listening and seeing what the land wants to communicate.
Sure. I want to kind of ask you maybe a too blunt and maybe an uncomfortable question. So you're hanging out with all these farmers who know that you're a celebrity. You're still a celebrity.
They're figuring it out. A lot of them don't watch much television. They're too busy working.
But they're helping you along this journey that you're on, and you're getting respect from them. That's hard. I mean, I grew up in a rural area. It's hard to get respect from farmers.
Well, you know what it is? There is a class of humans who have been doing this work for so long, and I think now they're finally getting acknowledged, and it almost chokes me up. It's so sad because they're looking for the next generation to pass down this wisdom to, these skills to, and nobody's out there wanting to learn. Everybody wants to, be rich and famous, I guess, and so. Yeah, I think they're hungry to find people who want to pass down this tradition and care about the earth in the way that they do, and respect what they do and understand how hard it is. A lot of times, and I'm an environmentalist, and I've been doing environmentalism for a long time, and my old way of thinking was, let's prescribe our way out of this and tell everybody else what to do and legislate and put restrictions, without truly respecting and understanding why people use pesticides, why they turn to chemical fertilizers, because that stuff is hard, and there's no financial incentive to these farmers to take the risk to do things differently, to do things organically or regeneratively or naturally. So I'm an apprentice not only of the skills of farming, but I'm an apprentice of the spirit of farming, like what they actually have to do on a daily basis to actually bring us the sustenance and the food that we take for granted.
Absolutely. All the farmers that I've met from all over the world, they're the hardest working people. They're the smartest people. They have so much to do for all of us. And so you have this great opportunity here in Austin to learn from such a great food movement.
Yes, it's true.
I want to go back to the series, and you say this really, for me, a quote that resonates, that you're stumbling your way through learning to farm, build a community, and being a better human. And I really love that. And I think that's something we all try, but how do these goals intersect? I mean, because it's a hard job. Like, you were out in the field today. Like, it's hard to do all of these things at once.
Yeah. Again, it's a spiritual thing for me to recognize the infinite nature of consciousness and nature itself. And, we, from our singular ego perspective, we want to get it all done while we're alive because we have this anxiety that we're going to die one day. So it's like if we have to do it all at once. But if you start to recognize that you are part of this infinite expansion, and what you do now actually has a real effect downstream, like down the road, for your kids, for your grandkids, for all of society and history. It just changes what you're doing. And so that way you don't have to rush to get it all done, but you can actually take your time and just do what's right. Do what's actually beneficial for not just the moment, but for long term. So it's like planting a seed for a tree whose shade you will never enjoy, but knowing that someone one day will do so.
Yeah.
And I mean, we've planted so many trees, I'm not going to see them when they are, real big, but it's still the right thing. So that's sort of what I've been learning about what is right, being in right relation with myself and nature. Because I really see myself as a servant. Yeah, I guess a servant for nature's higher purpose, which is beauty, bounty, sustenance, all the things that it's known for.
I'm wondering, when starting Earth Speech, sharing this journey that you're on, which is a difficult one. It's a difficult one for all of us who, care about these issues, but you're sharing it very publicly. And that's got to have some, impact on your being.
Well, I'm used to that part. That's the part I got down.
But you're not playing somebody, you're being yourself.
Yeah, but I always bring a piece of myself to everything I do. I mean, that's part of, like, what acting is, performing is finding the truth within you that's authentic, that you can relate to the character or the story, and then you highlight that, because there's all of that in all of us. We have all of those layers. You know, we get accustomed to who we think we are, the story we tell of ourselves, but if we can all change the story. I mean, who hasn't, you know, remember when you were in 8th grade and you're going to 9th grade and you're like, you know what? I'm going to change my whole wardrobe because nobody knows that I'm that nerdy kid who wears matching mustard yellow socks and a mustard yellow sweater, so I'm going to start dressing cool. But we have those transition moments every day. If you really let yourself, you can be you can change your identity, you can change how you express yourself. And I think it's important to always recognize that you have all of those layers within you.
Absolutely, that's really well said. So I want to turn now to your investment firm and all the great work that's happening there with DuContra Ventures, and how it sort of influenced Earthspeed and how it builds off Earthspeed. Does that make sense?
Yeah, so DuContra Ventures is my impact company, and we're raising a fund right now, and we invest across 4 verticals. One is around personal development and the up-leveling of the individual, community, future of finance, so tools and platforms for more equity and access to the world's wealth, and then consumer goods. And we not only take into consideration ROI when making investments, but we also use another metric called YBM, which is yields beyond money. And really that's that intangible, ineffable aspect to a company when we sit face to face with the founder and we look them in the eye, we look them in the heart, and we see, like, what are you really doing here? Are you committed to the mission, or are you just trying to exploit this category? What is the business model? Is it a long-term business model, or is it a pump and dump business model? And what is the impact of the business over time? So we look at all of that before we make an investment. And then Earthspeed really was born of our desire to support our founders. We wanted to add value to what they're doing because we believe in them so much, and we recognize that one thing that they have a hard time with is getting their message out and finding publicity. And frankly, a lot of people look to me to do that, you know, and that's one reason why we have so many opportunities and so much deal flow, because I'm blessed with having an opportunity to, you know, have a front-facing, offering, essentially.
Absolutely.
So we started Earthspeed not only to tell stories from the land, which is an authentic expression of my lifestyle every day on the farm, but also highlighting the portfolio companies that I invest in and how they're related to the lifestyle. Because they are, for example, talking about big ideas, we brought in Scott Harrison of Charity Water. Charity Water is an incredible water organization bringing water to people around the world, people in need. And then we also highlighted Heartwater, which is one of our portfolio companies, and they're actually capturing the rain and doing rainwater capture for consumer water products.
Yeah.
So it's both. And then on top of that, I'm building a rainwater catchment system on the land. So you get to learn about how to do it yourself and be self-sufficient, self-reliant. You learn about businesses that are scaling that out in the world and using these technologies, which is the most sustainable way to actually harvest water. And then you have the big idea of it as well. So it's sort of the whole spectrum of what I'm up to, personally, communally, and then on like a citizen level.
Yeah, it's very cool. There's a lot to unpack here. I want to get back to this idea of how you invest in personal development, because like most impact firms and most venture firms, that's not something they're really thinking about in a concrete way. Why did you decide to do that? Yeah. I mean, they should be, right?
So the verticals, we took a long time to actually construct our sort of philosophy. And it really came out of the past several years of what I'd been going through, because I realized what I needed was to up-level myself to be a better person change the way I see the world so that the things that I do, the things that I build, the things that I invest in reflect a higher state of awareness and consciousness. So we believe that fundamentally, better humans make a better world. So we need to invest in tools, businesses, and companies that are helping people be the best they can be. And that includes nutrition. That includes, having the right nutrient balance within the body and the brain so you're making better decisions. Your decisions aren't compromised by malnutrition or by ego. You're not, you've done the work enough that you're not just striving for greatness or status, but you're actually doing something in connection with community. So the individual is, so important. And that includes the founders that we invest in. We want to make sure that they've done a certain amount of work so that they're driven by the right goals.
Absolutely.
So yeah.
It's really cool. It's such a different way of thinking, and that gets me to the name that you chose for the venture firm, which is DuContra. Can you talk about what DuContra means?
So DuContra is a nickname that I've had for a long time, and it means to go against. I'm sort of a rebel, and when I was about 20, I had a Brazilian girlfriend who used to say DuContra, and I was like, "What does that mean?" She's like, "You're, contrarian," and it just sort of stuck, and I kind of liked it. And my partner Bamanuzi is also Brazilian. She's like, "I love it. That's the name." I was like, "Really? That's like a disparaging name." And she's like, "No, it's exactly your spirit because we do things differently. We push against the norms. We're always looking for, alternative ways to approach something." And so, yeah, I think it does the trick at this point.
I think we need more contrarians in the world right now. Anyway, can you you talked about some of the companies like Heartwater that you're investing in. What are the others that you sort of have put a lot of time into?
Well, since we have one of our portfolio companies in the audience, Zach at Seeds, it's a financial, they basically create financial models for investors, advisors. So advisors who are managing a bunch of money, giving them the opportunity to find ways to invest in sustainable businesses so that they actually can help their clients find more sustainable ways to invest, aligning their investments with their values. And remarkably, financial advisors don't know how to communicate that to their clients. Their clients want to do the right thing, but financial advisors just don't know how to communicate it in an effective way. So what Seeds is doing is actually giving them, basically handing them, just lobbing the ball in so that they can actually communicate better with their clients on how best to make sustainable investments.
It's such a different sort of arena than 10 or 12 years ago when, we didn't know how to do this well, when VCs were really just throwing money at anything.
Yeah, and frankly, many of them are lazy. They just go with what works, and, they want to see the right returns, so they'll just take the easy road, the well-established road. And really what Seeds is doing is creating a way for them to have a win-win financially. So finding the companies that actually are doing well financially and are also within the ESG and sustainable realm, and then they're able to look good with their clients, and then their clients can do the right thing and feel good about it.
I mean, that's what's important. It's making a profit by doing good.
Precisely.
I want to go back to talk about some of the work that you've been doing with DuContra in terms of yield beyond money and what that actually means. I mean, you explained it, but do you think this is a term, that concept, a practice that other firms will start taking on?
I hope so. I mean, I think it's, what it does is it reframes our approach. And I read a really incredible book, which I highly recommend to everybody, called Sacred Economics by Charles Eisenstein. And that really changed the way I looked at my own relationship to money and wealth. And I realized that I had a dysfunctional relationship to money at best, but we all have a default education to think that money is the goal. And we put that on its head. Money isn't our goal, it's the result. Right? Our goal is something larger, something bigger than money. And money really is a tool to accomplish our goals. But we have it flipped. We think that money is the ultimate goal. And so we say, money is a tool, and the spirit of the tool is determined by the hand of the user. So once we start really looking at what we're actually trying to accomplish, what are our goals, what do we want to build out in the world, what reflects our values and our spirit, then we can start to use money as the tool to go build that, as opposed to looking at money as the ultimate, accomplishment. So YBM really is a reflection of that spirit. It's the yields that are beyond the money piece.
It's really flipping our normal paradigm on its head and continuing to do that.
Yeah, and not to be naive. Oh, we don't need money. A world without money, and that's unrealistic. We are in a money system. We have to honor and recognize that. That's how this whole world runs, through money. But it's just it's a personal reframe. Are we trying to get the money? Because once you have a bank full of cash, it won't make you happier, I promise you. But you can use that money and you can continue to invest in growing a world that will make us happy, that will be fair and equitable and peaceful and beautiful and full of abundance. And that's just a fact.
Yeah, I mean, we were talking, I agree with you. We were talking about conscious capitalism earlier. And I mean, I think this fits into that model very, very clearly.
Yeah, I mean, frankly, it's just another catchy little phrase.
No, I like yield beyond money much better, though. It brings some farming terms in there.
I like it because it brings money into the equation. It's like money is part of this, right? But we're going beyond just the money piece, but also bringing money in, like recognizing that is money is a great tool that we have created that does. It's fungible, like we can exchange disparate values across time and space with each other. I mean, it's quite a unique tool, and it needs to be perfected, I think, and big fan of Bitcoin, shout out. But, at the same time, like we do need to recognize the corruptive nature of money when it becomes, because it's abstract, we can like project all of our everything onto it, and it becomes all these things that are that are not useful, I think, for us as a community.
And when you're talking to the firms that you're investing in, you have to go through this whole sort of learning process with them. And I'm wondering if you can sort of, take me through what that looks like.
Yeah, I mean, it takes a long time. It takes a very, very long time to get to know the hearts of the founders, and then also do the data analysis of the business, and then find the right blend, the right balance between believing in our founder and what they're capable of, and knowing that and many of them are startups, the challenges that they're facing, trying to do things differently and change the paradigm. And then also the realities of the fact that they need to stay afloat and they need to actually make money. And so, hopefully we add value to the companies in helping them, thread the needle. And and we're partners. We see that as a partnership.
Right.
It's not we're investing and then we make a phone call. Hey, did you make money yet? Pay me. It's more of a relationship, a partnership, and then bringing them into Earth Speed and talking about how we can tell the story of what they're doing and create content around that so that they can get their message out. So it's a long-term relationship.
I ask everyone this, at least over the last 23, 24 months, whatever month of the pandemic we're in. How do you think the pandemic has affected mission-driven businesses? Do you see more of them? Do you see less? Do you see different kinds of businesses?
I don't know. I do believe that the pandemic was an opportunity for all of us. I mean, as tragic as it has been, as challenging as it has been a great pattern disruptor.
Mhm.
You know, we shaken out of our, routine to a positive degree where we can actually start to do. It's given us an opportunity to do things that we never thought we could.
Right.
And so I think there's a lot of people reinventing themselves. I think sustainability and altruistic companies are now given permission to do things differently and take a lurch forward. And as you see some of the establishment systems starting to break down, and we're realizing that they're not as inevitable as we thought they were, it's given a lot of innovation and opportunity.
Yeah, I mean, I think we saw things really being built on a house of cards, and we need bricks.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
so-
exactly.
Yeah. I want to go back to Earth Speed because I've had a lot of fun watching it. You're in your 3rd or 4th episode right now? Third. I mean, it's like asking you to pick your favorite child or dog. Like, do you have a favorite sort of part of the story that you're telling?
Well, we just put out a little short today because I'm going to start doing little tutorials on the channel. So I teach you how to make a salad.
Nice.
And I like to cook, so I'm just going to say, check out the latest 60-second recipe.
That's great.
This is appropriate for the future of food, right?
Absolutely, absolutely. Everyone needs to learn how to make a salad.
Check this out, the future of food, salad.
No, I love it. So the way Food Tank was connected to you was through the United Nations Environment Program. We're very excited about the work that they do. They've been a great partner to us. And so I sort of want to end on your role as this regional goodwill ambassador for them, for North America. You help them watch Clean Seas, which I mentioned before, and that's a campaign to end marine plastic pollution. And you're one of the co-founders behind the Lonely Whale projects. What inspired you to get into these initiatives? I know you've always been an environmentalist. I know it's something really important to you, but it's also like a different thing to get involved with the United Nations initiative.
Yeah, I've been in sustainability for 20 years, I guess, and in order to stay with it, in order to stay engaged and inspired to continue to do this work, despite the fact that you look out in the world and you're like, is any of this making a difference? It feels like it's not happening, right? We're still polluting the ocean after all these years. There's still climate challenges. So in order to stay engaged, I have to continue to reinvent myself and to rethink my relationship to the challenge. And so when I guess about 10 years now, I started looking at the oceans, and this is before the oceans were,
a thing.
A thing. They weren't in the public conversation. It was all climate. And I'm like, well, what about the oceans? It's like the biggest thing on the earth, and it's so important. And so I recognize it as a communications challenge and opportunity.
Mm-hmm.
Because the ocean is so abstract, it's so vast, it's out there, it's scary. We've all seen Jaws. So it's like, okay, how do we get people to connect with this thing out there and feel a sense of empathy when we don't interact with it, every day. It's not something, the climate maybe you have a daily experience with, with the weather, but the ocean was just out there somewhere else, out of sight, out of mind. And for me, to help the planet, to help the earth, it's all about connection. If you can't connect, you can't care. So started Lonely Whale as a way to bring people closer to the world's ocean and bond with each other to support the ocean's health.
That's so great. So, you have this audience here in the room. You have an audience that's listening via our live stream. I wonder, as somebody who's been on this journey, what kind of advice would you give to somebody who's interested in these issues, but overwhelmed by them too, right? Like when you look at the ocean or the climate crisis, so big, so vast. Mm-hmm. What advice would you want to give them to get started?
Take a breath, and recognize that self-care is earth care. You are nature. You are an emergent being from the earth. And when you take care of yourself, you are taking care of nature. And so before you feel a moral outrage and you have to do something big and louder than everyone else so that you can virtue signal that you care, recognize that first get yourself in order. Make sure that you're thinking right, make sure you're healthy, make sure you're eating right, and you exercise, so that when you make the decision on what to do, it's the right thing. And it doesn't have to be grand. Like there's an epidemic of grandiosity thanks to social media. Everyone feels like they have to be bigger than Greta Thunberg in order to actually be effective. You don't. You can start small, be local, be as small as you need to be effective. That's my advice.
I love it. Get yourself in order so you can change your part of the world. This has been a wonderful conversation, Adrian. I'm so glad you were here. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thanks, everyone.
A round of applause. Can you stay right here for a photo? Sorry, one more. Excited to thank you all for that panel. I thought Adrian did a great job. It was a wonderful conversation. Yes, please give him another round of applause. Thank you. It's now my pleasure to bring Chef Yoon to the stage. Thank you all so much.
Ninashawanangwa ichi nguvasambizga vanyane nikupangirepo movili munhu wakuti wakuovhirengepo mwanakazi dangu lake ni isitiri vauvhiri vaiva malo ya mawiro yavula nyengo inyake pachaka iko waka 3 ndikuti chili chose chayomira SFHC akatiphalira kuti iyi ni climate change chifukwa cha ukhaliro wa vanyithu wakuwalo nge wa America. Padango lithu pala tikukhumba kuti vinthu visinthe tikumuyendera munthu kuchikaya kwake na kukadumbisana naye. Nkagomezga yayi nkhala ngenkhulota.
God said you can increase like sand, but he never said spoil the atmosphere.
I don't see it as an issue. That's my problem.
How are you seeing the climate affecting your family?
We see it more as a political agenda.
It would take a global catastrophe to do a complete 180.
Nkhani ya unenesko ikuchedwa kwenda. Kweni ya utesi kuchita vichi kwenda rwiro. Kweni ise chigomezo tili nacho. Bali Nyerere zinandi. Kweni Nyerere tuchoko tukunyamula panana.
Greetings, Future of Food at South by Southwest. How are you doing? Yes, a big thank you to all of you who really make this event possible. We're gonna start passing around some food. I don't know if you guys have been enjoying all the wonderful food from our vendors outside and inside. But let's go ahead and start passing around some of these delicious bites, some from one of our sponsors, Tyndall, who make a plant-based chicken. and it is unlike anything you can even imagine. Hope you guys enjoy that bite. And while you do that, what I'd like to do is pose a question for the introduction for these wonderful ladies. And it's that if we have the audacity to discuss the future of food, I think we really have to have an understanding and a consensus of what is food. To me, I feel like we cannot talk about that without bringing the humanity to it. And so I'd like to go down, we could go popcorn style, or maybe we could go start on my left so it doesn't get too crazy. We're not in Clubhouse, or are we? And so, Trisha, what is food?
Okay. I am Trisha Bates, co-founder of Field Guide Festival and Urban American Farmer. To me, food is something that I can follow the source of. So it's something that comes from the earth, whether that's plant or animal or fungus, and something that hasn't been processed or transformed too much so that it is unrecognizable as food.
Wonderful, thank you.
And I'm Lindsay Sokol. I am also the co-founder of Field Guide Festivals and the founder of Blue Northern Live. So my background is actually in festivals and events, and so with the topic of food, in my life specifically, it has been something that has not been of a forefront in the industry that I've been in until recently, and so I see food as so much more of now a conversation starter for conversations that we're having in the event and festival industry, something that's finally being focused on and considered of where we're sourcing from and who are the individuals behind these conversations, I think for the first time in a very long time in the industry.
I'm Sarah Schlafly, the founder of Mighty Cricket, and our mission is to build a sustainable protein supply to nourish the world. And so that's what food means to me, is something that's nourishing, and everything I do is about nourishment. I have the pleasure of working with this other company called Healthrageous that delivers nutritious meals to seniors who are have health complications. And so whether it's nutritious frozen meals delivered to the elderly's homes, or it's high protein made from crickets, it is all food to me.
Hi everybody, my name's JJ Cass. I work with Next Gen Foods, which is the maker of Tyndall, the plant-based chicken that you all are eating that's being passed around. To me, food is all about sustenance first and foremost. So same mission around nourishment and nourishing people, but also experiences. I think food is the thing that we gather around that creates experiences in families, those memories and traditions. And with all the food that we are creating, I think it's so important that we keep that element of food with who we are as people and culture and bringing people together.
Thank you guys so much. And you know, when I think about the idea of food and the solutions that we can come up with, I often like to think about the ancient future, lessons that we could have learned from the past that will give wisdom to what we can do to find solutions for the future. And so, Trisha, I'm wondering if we look back at the work before the industrial food systems what is some answers for the future that we can find in that?
Yeah, I mean, I will say for me, my personal experience with food is that it's very convenient to grab packaged foods, to go to the grocery store and pick up what is on the shelves, and to not really spend the time to reach further or educate or really, put in the time and effort it takes to know where your food's coming from and know what you're putting in your body. And so I think a big part of right now the sort of the movement that Field Guide Festival is built on is that we used to have these localized food systems that were built on community. One person grew plants and another person raised cows, and we could trade. And so there was this very stable localized food system. And I think with industrial agriculture and the way that we have spread where we get our food from all over the world and all over the country, we don't know what we're putting in our bodies now, right? So going back to how it was before we broke the system down, we need to rebuild those communities. We need to re-educate ourselves. We need to be able to be active participants in our local food system so that we can make sure that it's strong for the future.
Thank you. You know, speaking of like things that we put into ourselves and like reimagining what something like insect protein can look like, Sarah, you have impressed me for years, not only raising awareness for cricket protein, nutrition, and health, and the benefits of that in St. Louis by throwing the cricket challenge, where you had 50 restaurants participate and serve crickets during that challenge. How does better food for a better future relate to something as novel as cricket protein?
Ooh, that's a good question. So I think about the future of food, and we're definitely needing more sustainable sources, because right now our current food practices can only feed about 3 billion people sustainably, and our planet is at 7.5 billion people. So to get there, though, you can't just give someone who's not accustomed to eating any bug a whole cricket and expect them to be okay with that. So yeah, it's an evolution. You gotta take them on a journey. And so what we do at Mighty Cricket is make something that's so repulsive, seemingly, and unfamiliar to the US audience, and package it in a way that looks so comforting and so familiar through just delicious oatmeals that you don't even think twice about eating it. And there's nothing that seems different. In fact, we do get customers who just think Mighty Cricket is like Blue Bunny ice cream. It's just a brand name. There aren't real crickets in there, of course not. And that's okay with us. You know, if they don't want to read the list of ingredients that say cricket on there, it's fine with us. So yeah, that's our approach to bringing what has been considered the future of food to the present. And so I no longer talk about bugs as the future of food, because it's something that we really need to embrace today.
Thank you. You know, and looking at consumer packaged goods and the enormous skyrocketing that Next Gen has experienced, and with Tyndall, I mean, you guys just started 2 years ago, and then 1 year later, you have exploded. Can you tell us more about that, please, JJ?
Yeah, absolutely. So at NextGen, which was created 2 years ago as a company in Singapore, we really had the mission of how do we scalably bring a plant-based meat product to market, learning from what all of our plant-based predecessors have done, and thinking about our ingredient list, where we're sourcing from, our manufacturing, to do that at scale as quickly as possible. And so we started the company 2 years ago. Within a year, we'd commercialized our first product, which is Tyndall, the plant-based meat company or chicken that you're trying today. And it's really been this mission of let's get as much chicken on people's plates made from plants as we can as fast as possible. And we just launched in the US actually 2 weeks ago. So we launched in 5 cities around the US in restaurants. And that's just picking up even faster. We just launched in Austin and Dallas this week. We're here at South by with our food truck. And we're really just trying to get people to try this product and see that you can make a chicken product from plants that'll taste just as good with no compromises, but also not having any of the nasties of chickens. No hormones, no antibiotics, simple ingredient list. We only have 9 ingredients. So really helping to tell people that story, but doing it fast and at scale.
You know, I'm a really genuine and authentic person, and I will never say something that I don't mean. And it was really fascinating to try Tyndall for the first time. The texture and mouthfeel that you can get out of a plant-based product to replicate chicken was really mind-opening for me. But should we really be surprised that we can do that with the science and know-how and using ancient knowledge? I was both surprised and not surprised at the same time. Lindsay, you've had the incredible opportunity and experience to be part of the production team for ACL, Lollapalooza, the presidential inaugural for 2021, among many, many others. What kind of lessons have you learned from those events that you can apply towards better food for a better future?
So I talked a little bit earlier about the events industry and the festival industry and how it's been changing so much in the right direction when we're talking about the food space and better food. And I think as we're looking at 2 years of the pandemic, and here we are again at South by Southwest for the first time since, I guess, 2019, we're seeing again that bringing people together in mass gatherings over education and purpose-driven topics like the Future of Food is doing today, it is so wanted and needed. So many of the conversations that we've heard on the stage today, and I know that we'll see next weekend too, is talking about how education is key. And so education is key, but we see it in so many different platforms, we see it in so many different ways coming across. And if you think about how people are wanting to absorb information these days, and you think about events, and you think about festivals, and you put it in a format that is so familiar to people and has such a great experience behind it in the gathering type of format, and then you start talking about what's happening with the local ecosystem, what's happening with the food system, with Field Guide specifically. We're using the festival platform for us to really highlight what the local food system is in Central Texas. And by doing that in a way that people are familiar with and they are open for education, but in a different way, it's something that we've seen just starting last year and then continuing the festival this year. We've seen that it's something that is really going to be pushing forward so many pieces of the local ecosystem just here in Central Texas, from how we're partnering chefs and farmers together, bringing chefs and farmers together in a unique way to present and cook all the dishes that we have at Field Guide, which you're seeing them there on site together. You're seeing the story. So instead of just seeing a farmer's name or the farm, or it's, you know, from Peeler's Farm, you're actually meeting the couple behind Peeler Farms. You're just bringing to life what you're reading about, what you're hearing about in podcasts. It's showing it in a tangible form that is going to bring to life more education in ways that we're hoping to push forward.
Thank you.
And we even have a lovely bite.
Yeah, we brought our culinary director today, Chef Philip Spear, and his team at Assembly, and they're passing around bites that really represent that full circle of the food system. So it's the masa that they've ground the corn, the heirloom corn, to make the crisps, taken the whole carrot, used the tops for salsa matcha, and it's even topped by a chapelin cricket.
Oh, wonderful. Thank you. You know, one of the great privileges and honor, and something that brings me great joy to be here with you guys, is that the future of food has to be more representative and uplift the female voice, really. Could you guys share with us a little bit about just like what that could mean for you in the space that you're in as a woman, to close this up?
Yeah, I mean, I think part of that, to me, the feminine voice, and it doesn't have to come from women. I think the feminine voice can come from anyone, but I think it is consideration. I think it is slowing down. It's paying attention. It's listening. It's asking questions. It's asking us to stay curious about what is food, where our food comes from, and where we're going next.
Thank you. We're running short, so if we could keep the answers brief, please.
Okay.
Thank you, guys.
So our surveys show that if you just ask someone, are you willing to eat a bug, more men say yes than women. And the Mighty Cricket brand very much positions it to be more open to women. It's not all about being like a tough mudder. It's about being just holistic and family inclusive.
Yeah, I think it's really incredible to see, this panel full of really amazing women up here, and I do think the future of food in a lot of ways is going to be led by women. Women have historically been the ones feeding families, so it makes sense that there's so many women who are passionate about this. And at NextGen in particular, our board and our team is actually 50% women. And that's a thing that from the beginning, our founding team has focused on diversity. And that's diversity of thought, diversity of people. We're a global team that's fully remote. and it's something that's been key to who we are as a business.
Thank you, JJ. All right, well, Lindsay, I think maybe we're out of time. Do you have a quick answer, or do you want to?
No, I'm just so thankful that you put us all on the stage here together, because I think this shows a great diversity of where we are right now in the food industry.
Yeah. Thank you all so much. Please stay. We have an entire week of beautiful programming. Thanks so much to Food Tank. They are so thoughtful in how they curate a lot of the discussions, to Little Herds. There are so many organizations. I'll stay up here forever thanking everyone. So really, thank you guys, and please enjoy.
Thank you.